Good morning, traders. Welcome to NinjaTrader Live. I'm your host, Craig Shapiro, macro strategist. Joining me in studio, as always, senior economist and World Cup betting extraordinaire, Tracy Shuchart. Good morning, Shai. How are you doing today on this beautiful Friday morning?
Good morning, all.
I love the fact that we get to hear about your betting exploits coming up over this weekend. It's very exciting. There's a lot of World Cup soccer going on, and so looking forward to that. But a quick look at the tape this morning. Jim is not with us. He's on assignment somewhere. Who knows? Probably already doing martini o'clock at 8 o'clock this morning somewhere. But S&P futures are a touch weaker overnight. Not really much going on. Down 5.5 handles to 75.83. NASDAQ a little bit of an underperformance, down 40 basis points, 29,815. The Russell plus or minus flat. The Dow up a scratch. Oil up 86 basis points. It's quiet morning. It's a quiet Friday. Shai, the news, what's going on?
All right. So talks between the U.S. and Iran over a permanent peace deal are continuing, according to a American official, despite 2 days of clashes. The U.S. is still committed to finding a diplomatic solution with Iran, the official said, declining to be named. The official also described the talks as ongoing discussions as technical talks. That said, Iran and Qatar have both denied that this morning, and JMIC update says maritime security in Hormuz remains severe. We had a huge bet in QQQs yesterday. Some trader made a $24 million bet that the index would make an all-time high by the end of the month. The position was $30 million purchase of the 736 call strikes expiring July 31st. At the same time, they sold $6 million worth of the 70-30, 70-40 strike call spread expiring at the same time. That lowered the cost of the trade, but that pushed up the break-even cost to $750. So interesting bet. Somebody thinks we're going to all-time highs by the end of the month. We have SK Hynix debuting ADS in their IPO. It will begin trading today under the ticker SKHYV. The offering will close on July 14th. Now, this is paving the way for a fresh wave of levered products tied to the South Korean memory giant. And I just want to note that in South Korea, the Kospi has whipsawed as SK Hynix and Samsung Electronics, and the leveraged products tracking them account for more than 70% of the trading value in the $4.3 trillion market. We did have JPM come out and say some elements of retail activity appear to be increasingly momentum-driven, with growth in single stock ETFs boosting trading volumes and volatility in mega-cap names. The emergence of levered ETFs is not viewed as a healthy sign, as it may be indicative of late cycle retail behavior. So there is that. So be aware there is going to be a lot of levered ETFs attached to this name. They've already are in the works. And then we have the yen on the move overnight, as Japan's finance minister called for the nation's massive pension funds to increase investments in domestic assets. That boosted the yen from near 4-decade low and spurring a rally in the bonds. Although we already have given up some of those gains, we will definitely talk to Blake about that in just a minute here, a little bit more. And so on the same currency vein, Goldman says that carry trades face the best conditions since 2000. They're seeing a compelling backdrop in more than 2 decades. Goldman favors funding the trades using yen, Swiss franc, or euro in the months ahead due to the high and varied interest rates and low currency volatility. The combination of high yield gaps and low volatility has helped G10 FX carry trades return about 8% this year, beating global bonds, gold, and Bitcoin. And that is the news today. We have absolutely zero data on the docket today, so quiet data day.
Summer Fridays are here. which either means today is going to be incredibly boring or fireworks are going to happen because the president's going to tweet something. It is Friday, and so the odds of a re-escalation of tensions in the Middle East can start again after the market closes at 4 o'clock. We know that doesn't happen while market hours, and then it will end before the Sunday Open at 6 o'clock, so on Sunday night. But let's take a look at today's lineup before we bring in Blake Morrow to join us on the rest of the Morning Gap panel at 8:30. As everyone is aware, Capital Preservation Friday with Pax. Blake's going to hang out as well. And Salma is going to be joining us too. It's going to be exciting to bring her in, hear what she has to say. And then at 10 o'clock, we got Midday Markets with XY, Chris, Stowe, and Lumi. So action-packed day here on NinjaTrader Live for this Friday, July 10th. Let's bring Blake in here to talk about the overnight and how he's thinking about the market setup for the rest of July. Blake, good morning. How's everything going?
Hey, good morning, guys. Happy Friday to you.
Happy Friday as well. I love bringing you in when there's overnight news in the yen. It's a perfect time for the perfect guest. Yesterday, we spoke a little bit about the yen kind of being something that is top of mind. Clearly, yen carry trades have been a topic du jour for quite some time. The yen has been incredibly weak, and then overnight, a little bit of news. What's going on in dollar yen, and is this the start of something or just kind of, more of the same?
It started off, we started to see some yen strength, and I've been through more interventions than, I'd like to admit, and I could probably shake a stick at this point in time. And I know intervention when I see it. So when you see a yen move start, and it looks kind of like it's percolating, and then it starts building a little bit of strength. You're like, okay, well, I'm looking for headlines. And basically what happened at that moment is we started to see the dollar actually just started to get rolled across the board. And I'm like, okay, well, this is an intervention. And even you got the Swiss francs joining in. So you got the yen and the Swiss franc moving, but it wasn't big enough for intervention. I'm like, okay, well, maybe there's a headline. And apparently Katayama, she's basically making a plea for pensions to start reinvesting and investing in in hedge funds to buy Japanese stocks and companies and reinvest money back into Japan. And now this is a plea that, like, my team, they've been covering it for like the last year, saying that this is one of those things that would eventually happen, but it's more of a plea, and it wasn't an intervention. And what I should have done instead, which I didn't do until this morning, which, again, I'm usually on my about 15th hour in front of a computer, or at least around a computer, when I'm looking at moves in Asia. So I really have to have my attention. Something happened to grab my attention, pull me away from what I'm doing, and the moves weren't aggressive enough. So I didn't go look at JGB yields, but they made a really big move. So you can see a lot of the dollar move had already unwound. Wherever the dollar started selling off last night in Asia, it just came all back. But the move in yields and the move in yen seem substantial enough to where it's got some attention, from people like ourselves. And I think it's worth noting. I don't know if this is the start of something. It's not what I want to see. I was looking for some different price action, but what I expect and what the market gives me is two totally different things. And that's one thing as a trader, you've got to come to that conclusion, is we have expectations of what we think we will see, but more times than not, that's not going to happen. And so, and I do that as a trader to really gain conviction in my positioning, because that's how I make the bulk of my money. Is I have conviction, and I've already anticipated some sort of move developing, and then I take advantage of that. When things happen, like these moves happen, like what happened last night, and I wasn't really expecting it, I tend to be less aggressive and less committed to any type of trading activity in my accounts as a result. But yeah, I don't know, Craig. That was a long answer to probably a longer answer than you wanted. But is this the start of something? Well, it's to be seen. My team that covers yen and have been covering yen for the last 30 or 40 years. They're like, we'd like to see more proof, and I'm kind of in the same boat.
Yeah, Shai, I'm curious. I mean, we talk about these things, and we talk about a variety of different cross-asset relationships, but it doesn't always filter into folks who are, let's say, watching this program who are trading S&Ps or NASDAQ. Why should folks care if the yen is going to have a big move at this point? Is this something that people who are watching really should take concern with, or are we just kind of macro guys here talking nonsense?
No, I mean, everybody is watching the yen, particularly because it is used as carry trade. We had Goldman out saying, we see this as the best trade going forward, using the Swissy and the euro and the yen, of course. And so if that carry trade does unwind at any point because people get shaken out of their position or we have some sort of intervention, that affects a whole host of other risk assets. Including equities. So because that is kind of used as kind of a lever to offset your portfolio, right? And so if you use that in addition to your portfolio. So if you see a huge unwind in the carry trade, that risks pressure on the equity markets as well. And so you need to be very careful of that. Also, obviously would move the dollar, then you need to be worried about metals at that point. And so a whole host of things could unwind if we really see an adverse move in a direction that the market is not positioned for.
Yeah, it's another big flow, right? I think we talk about the flows a lot, different pools of capital doing different things with money, and at what time of the month are we in. And so if we started to get a big carry trade unwind, that'd be another flow that we'd have to start to really factor in. It's expiry week next week. It makes it harder to see the overall equity indices dislodge, but something like a yen carry trade unwind is certainly top of mind. Blake, you were going to say?
Yeah, I wanted to ask. Well, I know you guys have had Brent Donnelly from Spectra on this show, correct?
Yep.
Okay, yeah. Brent had sent out a piece a couple of days ago talking about just this seasonality strength of the yen this time of year, which ironically it's like, okay, sometimes everything falls in line with that, and so I found that kind of interesting. But going back to your carry trade comments and Goldman's comments, Tracy, which I find really, really fascinating, because they say it's the best environment that we've seen since 2008. Most people don't remember pre-2008, and most of us, the three of us at least sitting here, we remember the real carry trade unwind when you'd have, Japan's, or the BOJ had rates at 0, and then you'd have like the RBA, the RBNZ, their interest rates are at 8, 9, 7.5%, 8.5%. That's a huge margin, and those carry trades were ginormous. Interest rates have gone up, and yes, they are the best levels we've seen since 2008, obviously. But it's still very nominal. The big carry trade, I would think, and I can't wait to show you guys a chart in a little bit, is the Swiss franc, because the Swiss franc, since I started in the currency market in 2000, I think it was 2001, when the U.S. Changed regulations where retail traders like us could actually start trading currencies. And by the way, there's some news headline must have just hit. If you guys are paying attention to news, my entire market oil just completely dumped, guys. Just heads up. I'll keep Tracy on the line for this one. So it must be obviously Iranian headline. I was just going to say that as a currency trader, the dynamics have changed a little bit different since then, as far as carry trades go. But the Swiss franc has been one of those currencies that has strengthened quite dramatically. Tracy, you see anything on the wires there?
No.
Okay, nothing yet.
Yeah,
okay.
All of the headlines regarding oil were right before we got on air.
Yeah, it looks like there's
I
something,
mean,
right? I mean, futures just popped. Yeah, there must be. I'm sure we'll
find
we'll
out
find
in
it
a
in
minute.
a second. There, somebody got an advanced
Yeah.
copy of the headline.
that never happens, Craig. Never happens. But yeah, I mean, crude just
Never.
sold off $1.30 like really fast too. So anyway, interesting. But
I'm
yeah, going
watching
back to
the
the
market.
yeah, sorry, I can
I
continue
just can't
to talk.
find the headline. Keep talking.
Yeah, I'll just keep talking. No, I was just saying that the Swiss franc, and I'm kind of like through a couple other eyeballs that I have. I'm looking for headlines too. Source about de-escalation in the Middle East. It's a sources piece. That's all it is. I just got that from my team. So the thing is looking at these carry trades. I'm excited to show you guys the Swiss franc, because if something ever unwinds, remember Switzerland's had their rates at zero, sometimes negative territory, literally as long as I can remember ever trading currencies. And if you've seen the Swiss franc, it's strengthened for the last. Let me pull up the 6S really quick. This is the futures on the Swiss franc, and you can just go back and look at how strong this currency has been literally since 2001. You can see it's just been nonstop. Even this is when the Swiss National Bank actually removed the floor. They were trying to hold Swiss franc strength, and they were just trying to stand in front of it. But as you can see, they weren't even able to stop it. So if there's ever an unwind in massive proportions, I think it comes in the Swiss franc more than anything.
Yeah. The timing is interesting. The seasonals, as you point out, are interesting too. HSE Trading 2025 points out the analog back to July of 2024, right? And so we're back to, at least for the yen, we're back to those levels that we saw in July of 24 before that yen rally started in the back half of July. Then the BOJ came out with the surprise rate hike on back of a more hawkish Fed, and then a payroll miss, and we had a pretty violent carry trade unwind and a VIX explosion. The Nikkei was down 12% in a day, and then by the following Tuesday, it was all over. The other thing that's eerily familiar is that implied correlations that, as I've been talking about in the morning show, in the S&P are at basically historic levels last seen since July of 2024. And so we've had this massive dispersion that's gone on under the hood. Many stocks going one direction, other stocks going the other direction, while the S&P has been largely pinned. You kind of have this correlation between low implied correlation in single stocks and the yen carry trade, right? It's people are pushing and pushing and pushing in the direction of levering up short yen positions and using that capital to do a variety of different things, including an increase in dispersion trades. And so, to the extent that we get some sort of headlines in Japan, less so on the intervention side, but maybe more, talks about a more aggressive hiking cycle from the BOJ, or the headline overnight about, forcing repatriation of capital back into Japan. Things that could really accelerate a move in yen could have knock-on effects into other parts of markets, and I think that's why we are focusing on that this morning. But Blake, you did mention the move lower in JGB yields. How has that translated into your view or a view on long duration treasuries here? What's your thought on the bond market as we head into the weekend?
That's a good question. I was just going to pull up the move in JGB yield so you guys can see the 10-year and how big of a move that was. I mean, it's 5-6% move, which if you look at how long yields have been ripping. I don't know if it's going to have a huge effect on U.S. yields, just because it was Japan specific. But I think maybe when yields started to come down like that was one of the reasons why the dollar started to get hit across the board last night in Asia. Because whenever you start to see a move like this, transpire, and you see it start to percolate, and then let me go over to an hourly chart, and you can see what I'm talking about. You can see in Asia, this starts to happen, right? Everybody looks around for headlines, and probably like me, I'm like, yeah, those headlines were they are meaningful, but did they really matter as a whole? Then you start to see US 10s move, and you're like, oh crap! Then now I need to go look at the dollar, and then the dollar starts selling off. So is that going to translate to a really big move lower in US 10s? I mean, you can see how this is like the 10-year yield started to tick down as well last night. I don't know. I still think yields overall, and this is just a basic view of yields. And people, I get a lot of slack, by the way, for drawing technical analysis on yields instead of the 10-year. But hey, man, they're in a market instrument, and that's still a pennant any which way you slice it. So I would still look at it as being pretty bullish at this point. So I'm trying not to draw those conclusions, but you never know, Craig. Yeah, you just never know. So
yeah. Shai, a little peek ahead to next week. On Tuesday, the CPI in the U.S. will be released, followed by a testimony from Warsh in Congress. He'll be speaking on Tuesday, and then again on Wednesday. How are you thinking about the setup here for the bond market into those events? I'm sure we'll talk about it next week, but just a little sneak peek. How are you thinking about it here?
And we have PPI after the day after CPI, so a lot of inflation data before that meeting at the end of the month. The FOMC meeting, of course, at the end of the month. Technically. Again, I agree with Blake. I mean, this looks definitely not a healthy chart. If you're expecting lower yields by any stretch of the imagination. And so I think, we got to get, if that data comes in hotter than expected, because most people think that now that we've seen oil prices come down, most analysts are looking at this as, we're going to see a softer print. Because energy prices have come down, but we already know that inflation is coming from other parts of the market. You've got healthcare, you've got tech, which was not a contributor before. Tech's always been deflationary. That is an inflationary impulse now in the market. And so if this comes in hotter than expected, because the expectation is for it not to be, then we'll probably, run into a huge move in the bond market. Yeah.
Shai, I'd be remiss if I didn't ask for your view here on oil, because the fundamental story has been well articulated. But a few weeks ago, the president made a comment about how if he didn't do something, inventories will be completely depleted in 4 weeks' time. Yeah. And ships started to move, but now ships aren't moving again. Right. So where are we closer now on the inventory front to tank bottoms issues? I mean, you mentioned earlier in the week, crack spreads have been incredibly strong. That's at refining margins, and so products have been more robust. But where are we on the inventory front? I mean,
it is not looking well. We are at levels last seen in the U.S., including the SPR, since 1984. And that was kind of when we started building our stock, building our stocks from the 70s, right, from the SPR. So we are at very, very low levels. In fact, we are about 20 million barrels in the SPR from so you can't get any more out of the SPR. Even though there's barrels in there, they face contamination and you just can't get them out. It's just not operationally feasible to get them out. And so that's 20 million barrels. And the U.S. supposedly still has 100 million barrels that they want to release. So we'll probably run into some sort of problem there. But when I say we're nearing tank bottoms, we are nearing tank bottoms. If you look at Cushing, which one could argue that you don't need to use that benchmark anymore, we should use WTI Midland because that's what we export. Doesn't matter. It's what you are trading. That inventory is literally at tank bottoms. We're at 19 million barrels. 20 is operational. Once you get to 14, it's dead. So, 20 is kind of where it gets really sketch. Yeah. 14 is dead. So we're there.
Yeah. Shot, you and I live here in Southwest Florida. Last I checked, isn't it hurricane season now? I mean, what will happen if we have?
Then we have a
knock
major issue.
knock on wood. Obviously, not rooting for anything like that, but storm season is approaching. I mean, to the extent that we started to see production come offline because of a hurricane. Oh my! What's going to happen?
We will have a huge problem if we see either refineries come offline, production offline. That is going to be because we don't have a cushion for that anymore.
So that's exciting. Blake, you're going to say.
Craig, I wanted to say there's a slight, just so viewers know at home, there's like a very, very slight 1-2 second delay between what I'm saying and what Tracy and Craig are saying, just because of our locations, and which prevents me from doing things like I was about ready to jump in, Tracy, while you were talking and say, oh, they're scraping the bottom of the barrel, but you can't do that because of the time delay and it wouldn't sound right. But it was funny in my head. It was really funny in my head.
Yeah. Well, it is about that time to bring in the man, the myth, the legend for Capital Preservation Friday. Pax, welcome to the show. How are you doing this morning?
Hey, Tracy. Tired today. Tired.
What's up, Pax?
What's up,
I can
Blake?
tell.
All I have to say is
It's
hootie, baby. Hootie.
Oh my goodness. Too much activity for a man my age. It's just too much. We went to I have season tickets for the White Sox. We went to the Sox game on Tuesday with my sons, and of course sit out in the sun and drink a beer or two. And then it's been Windy City. I kept calling it Windy City Cookout for 3 weeks, and my kids say it's not cookout, it's smoke out. Okay. And then last night was Hootie and the Blowfish, and we got caught in a torrential downpour, and I'm exhausted. How are you guys?
It's been quite the week. It's been quite the week. It's
correct.
been I'm exhausted, but at least I don't have to watch soccer anymore because the U.S. is out of it. Even though there is soccer coming up this weekend.
Everybody should be doing a watch party tomorrow. Tomorrow's gonna be a big day.
All right, who's playing?
I forget.
Tracy, who's playing?
Tomorrow's going to be a
I'm joking. We
a
have
huge day. Who's
Argentina,
playing?
Norway, England,
don't know.
all sorts. Switzerland.
Yeah.
Great
Tracy's
games
already got it handicapped. I want to know who she likes.
Switzerland.
Yeah, where's
Argentina.
where the odds? Where are the odds, Trace?
You guys, I'm going with Spain today, but I haven't figured out exactly the trade structure I want for the other games because they're a lot closer. So
Trade
I'll probably do
structure.
some sort of. I'm going to probably do some sort of combo trade.
she's gonna like do a debit spread on Switzerland or
All right,
something.
Tracy,
crazy.
text me when you have it figured out. I'll just coattail you.
All right, I'll text you what I finally do.
Tracy's got a 3-team World Cup parlay going attached to a Wimbledon finals bet. It's 4 winners pays 80-1. It's exciting. You could look at you could check into her Twitter account in order to see what that bet is because I'm sure it's going to be amazing.
Somebody's got to fish Tracy out of this sports betting arena. Like just.
Jim is going to sit down with a gin martini and watch some of these games. Tracy's going to open a bottle of that Sancerre and just start to bang out the trades and get it all done. Just remember to text me, Trace.
Oh, so funny.
I will text you.
Thanks.
Pax. Summer Friday. Is there anything to do today, or should we call it a day quickly?
Calling it a day already?
Yeah.
I'm not, it's not, I don't think today's going to be worth my money. I'll take a couple of opening range trades, see if I can catch a rotation. But yeah, we're not going to do anything. These days, the last hour on a Friday like this, or the last 2 hours on a Friday like this, we'd always call the losers club because the only people that are in the pit, on the trading floor are people that are down money. So, hoping to catch a lucky trade or hoping to make something. And the whole day today is going to be like that, so we'll I'll take a couple of trades, see if I can catch a little bit of a swing. And if there isn't anything to do, shut it down and tell stories.
Yeah, it's rare that we get a day where there's no macro news, no data coming out, no Fed speak, no no earnings reports.
We got nothing.
We got a whole lot of nothing. I don't even know. Trump probably has a presser at some point. Today could be something, but you're right. It's like the risk reward of trading today. Is muted, right? You might not get that kind of action. Plus, it's also a Friday, and so there is, still weekly expiries going on. It's going to be a lot of mechanical back and forth.
You've got SK Hynix, the ADR, starting to trade on the NASDAQ today. So there you go.
Yeah,
it's a hurry up and wait scenario for next week. For Tuesday and Wednesday, CPI, PPI. And the bonds have made their move. Gold has made gold is kind of in the middle of nowhere, but gold has had some really big ranges. NASDAQ has had some really big ranges. The S&P not so much, but there are. This was such a great line by Samantha LeDuc a couple of weeks ago. There are better things to trade. Well, today there really aren't. So keep your your powder dry and just wait.
Yeah, for sure.
I've been calling it a transition week all week, just because we have such big earnings kicking off next week.
Right.
Yeah.
And there has not been a lot of data this week.
Yeah. Mm-mm. Well, on that note, let's let Shai go, because there's a lot of research that needs to go on for this betting extravaganza that's coming on, and she's going to need all the time in the world to do that. Shai, it was great being with you all week, all 5 days this week, and we'll see you bright and early again on Monday morning.
All right, see you guys.
Yeah, have a great weekend, Trace.
See you, Tracy.
Next.
Yeah, transition week, I think, was a good quote there, Blake. It's been one of a tweener week, right? Not as much data, kind of ahead of earnings, ahead of the macro, but next week is going to bring the heat, right? We got an expiry week, we get the CPI, PPI, we get War speaking to Congress on Tuesday and Wednesday. Bank earnings start on Tuesday, so we got a lot going on. Catalyst rich week. So, Pax, how do you think about this transition? Kind of the setup into next week. Is it just be quiet today, pick it up again on Monday? How would you be thinking about that?
That's exactly right. Look for an easy swing off the open. In the NASDAQ, remember, it trades the 65 handle swings and the S&P and 15 handle swings from the opening ranges. And I'll show you those and talk about those and trade them if there is anything to do. But that's it. Look for easy money trades early. And if there aren't any, shut it down. I suspect that we're going to trade in, near, and around the opening ranges for the majority of the day, unless there's some sort of a headline, some sort of a tweet from the president, or, the war kicks off again, or, it dies down. But we're going to sit here. So do me a favor, you guys in the chat, ask me questions either about my trading process or Blake about his, or if you just want me to tell stories about, I don't know, well, my very storied career in the last 28, 29 years, and I'd be happy to answer them and explain them.
Hey, Pax,
very funny.
Can I'm gonna, since I don't normally put out trading quote. You're like a master of it, and you're also probably one of those people, which I'm always jealous of. Craig, you might be one of those too, that can always quote like movie quotes and sing songs, and I'm the worst at that. Right? It's just the way my brain works, I guess. So I typically don't put out quotes or trading like doctrine out there for everybody to see. I just know what goes on in my head, and I just kind of leave it at that. But I did post something this week, which I've always found very important, and maybe you can expand on this. I think a lot of new traders, and because I've been watching retail traders for, just specifically retail alone since 2001 or so, when our company was purchased by the Wise Trade Group, which is 2001, 2002. And so as a result of that, I started working with a lot of retail traders. And so what I always realize about new traders is they don't realize that once you have a system, you just stick with the system, and you work on your sizing and your risk management from there. Because most new traders, they're like, oh, look, I'm making money. And the first thing that they think of is, I need to do something different to make more money. So if I add another indicator, or I add somebody else's strategy, or this, that, and the other thing, I'm going to make more money because that's how it works. But really how it works is consistency. You find what works for you because we're all different. The way I trade the markets, the way Craig does, the way Pax does, any of you at home, we're different. We have different schedules. We have different risk tolerances. We have different, ADD levels, ADHD levels, I would say. We all have these differences. So the way you make more money is you work on your sizing, you work on your risk management, and you work on your sizing when you have conviction. What do you say about that? Because I think that's like one of the biggest problems that new traders or traders have in general in the beginning of their career.
Sizing?
Or
like adding too many things and
adding too many things and saying, oh, hey, I hear this great guy, Steve, he has this YouTube channel and he trades this certain way. Oh, I need to trade that way, and I'm going to make more money if I trade my way and then his way and then somebody else's way. And instead of just really focusing on your own process.
Yeah. So I've seen this. I didn't start tweeting until 2019, and I only joined Twitter for my son's travel baseball team. And then cool. I ended up starting to tweet to help two guys that were coming to my house to trade with me, Gabriel's pitching coach and a friend of mine from Ireland. So anyway, the point is the point that I was going to make in a long way is that one of the things that I've seen on Twitter since I've been on there is that you guys are always looking for I've never heard of a word like confluence until Twitter. Everyone says confluence, and so and what that means to me is not looking for things to line up within a simple trading strategy that you can explain quickly and easily. The way that I see most retail traders talk about it, or independent traders talk about the word confluence, is seeing what lines up with me, what lines up with you, what lines up with this person, that person, the other things, and 35 other million things, and then you're in a bunch of trouble because you are overanalyzing. I'm a trader. I'm an independent trader. I trade my own dough. I am not an analyst. I am not paid to think. I am paid to react, period. I need to have a plan, and my plan needs to be consistent, repeatable, and scalable, and it needs to be simple. The market's only doing one of three things at all times: going higher, lower, or nowhere. If it's going higher, I want to be long. Lower, short, nowhere, flat. And how do I determine that? I want to use something that is objective. What is true for me is true for you and true for all of us at the same exact time, not subjective. The difficult part of trading and why the majority of traders do not make money is because it's the subjective nature of this, like different levels of ADD, different levels of ADHD or whatever, or just emotional baggage. I cannot, this is the hardest part. Okay, keep your trading process and your strategy simple. Consistent, repeatable, scalable, period. That's it, okay? Higher, lower, or nowhere. And I'll show you later when the market opens. Now, because the hard part is going to come in with the way that you're viewing everything, the way that you live your life, the way that you feel about money, the way you feel about success, the way you feel about failure, the way you feel about resentments, the way you feel about being wrong, the way how, in my life, with my wife, when my wife and I have a disagreement or she says something that bothers me, I get quiet. I take a step back and it drives her crazy. If she's Greek, she wants to go at it all the time. But I want to, and the reason is because there's two things. One, my perspective might be wrong. And so I don't want to wind up digging my heels in and defending myself when I might very well be wrong. I need to think about it, take a beat, think about it. That's how I trade. If I take some expenses and I'm not trading it well, I have to take a step back and I have to take a breath and I have to say, all right, what is the market doing, objectively, and how am I perceiving it subjectively? Am I on the wrong side of it? Because now, if I'm the kind of person that's going to dig in an argument and defend myself even before I know I'm right, well, I'm going to buy 75 80s and the market breaks. Instead of getting out and taking my expense, I'm going to buy 75 60s. Well, those suck too. Well, if you liked them at 80 and you liked them at 30, you're going to love them at 10 and then pitch them 50 handles later. You're blowing account after an account after account. You're digging your heels in. You're making it about you. You're not making it about your process. So I want to keep it simple. I want to keep it objective. I do not ever want to make my trading about me. I always want to make my trading about my strategy. That's it. Now, I know that there are many strategies that make money, that traders can become profitable in. Find it, what resonates with you, stick to it, and just learn everything that you can possibly learn in it. Yours does not need to be mine, and mine doesn't need to be yours, but you need to understand yours to the nth degree, because then the subjectivity part of it is going to come up to you and kick you in the ass. The way you live your life is the way you're going to trade, and you're going to puke yourself up all over your screens if you're not on top of your game. You need to take care of your body, you need to take care of your mind, and you need to take care of your spirit. End of story. If you're not doing that, it doesn't matter how good of a strategy you have, you will not make money. Look at Jesse Livermore. If you guys have not read Reminiscences of a Stock Operator, you've
Right there.
read a good book. This
Yeah.
man was the best trader, one of the maybe in the best in history, independent traders ever. He had a great trading strategy, a great way of making money. He would probe the market with small size, take small loss. He was a big bear. Small losses, small size, small losses. When he caught it, he added, he wrote it, he took it, and kept selling, right? He ended up blowing up later in life, not because of a lack of talent. He didn't wind up blowing up later in life because of a lack of strategy. He didn't wind up blowing up later in life because of a lack of knowledge or experience. He blew up because he allowed his ego to get the best of him. He wasn't taking care of his mind, body, and spirit, and he left his rules and his guidelines behind because he knew better. He made it about him and not about his strategy. He made all of his money because of his strategy and then blew up because he made it about him.
Pax. I want to make sure that traders at home. Sorry, Craig, we're just totally dominating this conversation here, buddy.
And Blake, frankly, I don't even know if I came close to answering your question.
No, you did, because I want actually to the traders at home to take away a few things. What Pax was just saying. He's like, it's your strategy, and that's the point I was trying to make. Is who cares about anybody else's strategy? The way we all trade is completely different. Find what works for you and make it your own. And then what Pax also said, which is every trade is not about you. And that's the one other thing and I'm gonna just kind of rephrase what he said in a different way. It's okay to be wrong. It's not okay to stay wrong.
Right.
So that and risk management is like the top priority. And I didn't really, I mean, I got it. But when I really got it is when I was trading for a fund out of Greenwich, Connecticut for 4.5 years. And then I was, I had unlimited buying power, and I had to really sharpen my risk management skills. And I'd be in a trade and I get the shoulder tap and they're like, what in the hell are you doing right now? And I'm like, I'm down 50 grand. They're like, why are you down 50 grand? Something like, and when you have those conversations enough, you're like, I don't want to be down 50 grand anymore. I don't, why am I even putting myself in these situations? Just because I have unlimited buying power and I can come back at any given time and make it 80 grand go in the other direction. It's not about that. It's all about why putting yourself in that situation. Manage your money like it's your grandma's money. Any money, any capital you're trading, because if you don't have capital, you can't trade. Pax and I have so many things in common. This is why I love having these conversations with him, even to a point where we both married Greek women.
So we got caught, that means that you're either going to be making out in the rain, like we got caught in this torrential downpour, leaving Hootie and the Blowfish last night, or she's going to just be bitch slapping, not really bitch slapping you, but like, all right, okay, I don't want to fight. I'm done.
No,
and
you meant that, and
a lot of passion, and good food.
Well,
and great food. Great food.
You said something earlier, Pax, which really resonated with me when you talked about identifying to your wife that you might be wrong. I just want to point out for my wife who might be watching right now, I am always the one who is wrong. she is always the one who's right. And that is how we're going to go along with that. So that's just a reminder about how that's my marriage. That's my marital advice for
that
this,
is
for
Craig
this Friday
saying,
morning.
I want to ensure I have a good weekend. I want to make sure I have a good weekend. So I'm going to say this in public right now.
I don't. I that is not. I get it, and you're right. You just say, "Yeah, honey," and just walk away. But I I don't like to fight, but I'm going to take a step back and I'm going to analyze the situation, think about it a little bit, and then come back to her with a more reasonable view. And at that point, usually we have a really good discussion and come to a better understanding of things. I've got a little experience with being married. I was married for 6.5 years, also while she was half Greek. And then married. Jen and I have been married for 21 mostly blissful years, except for when I made her leave Lake Forest, Illinois, and moved back to the south side of Chicago because we had to sell our house because I blew the last of our money. Oh, that was a bad day. We were looking. I haven't told this story in a while, but it was at the end of it. I didn't tell her how bad. I didn't tell my wife. Here's a story about Greek women. I did not tell my wife about how bad our financial situation was. When she married me, I just come off a divorce and a huge financial settlement. I made a ton of money in a very short period of time, 6.5 years, and I mean like a ton of money. And after my divorce, I plenty of money. I didn't, I had plenty. I never had to work again if I didn't want to. But of course, I was 33 years old. So what the fuck else am I going to do? My mentor, Mickey Hoffman, me and Anthony's mentor, told me to retire. He said, "You're done. Just leave. You're going to go broke if you keep trading like this." And you were talking about having somebody knock you on your shoulder when you were down 50 grand and tell you to take a beat. I was trading my own money, so I wouldn't listen to anybody. I mean, my ego, and again, keep your ego in check. There's a big difference, traders, when you're making it about you or your process. There's a big difference between self-confidence and ego. I was always very self-confident. When I started in the trading floor, I didn't know anybody. This answers a question Aaron asked a second ago in the chat. I didn't know anybody. I started off as a runner, and I literally didn't know anybody in that business or on the floor. So, second I walked on the CME floor, I knew that whatever the hell was going on down here was for me. I took to it like a duck to water, and I excelled. So when I got my seat after 3 years stint in the seminary studying to be Catholic priest, when I got my membership, and I wanted the guy that I traded for backed me. I went into the NASDAQ pit and started to trade one lots. Now, the NASDAQ was $100 a tick, and the ranges were like 15, 20 points, and the ranges expanded, and we kept going. So I knew that if I was going to survive in that pit, I needed to grow with the open interest in the volume. So I went from 1 lot to 2 lot, 5 lot, 10 lot, 20 lot, 50 lot, 100 lots, and more. A friend of mine, a guy who clerked for me, came into later on, not in the beginning, came into my group yesterday and we were talking about it. And I said, "What was it like when you first started?" He said, "I started in 2000, and you can lose $5,000 on a one lot before you can even think about getting out, and that meant 50 points, and we traded in 50-point swings. So imagine having a 100 lot on at that point, So the point is that if I was going to be anything in that business, I had to be faster and bigger than everybody else. I didn't want to I didn't want to have to use my relationships with the brokers to get traded with. I wanted to be big enough that the brokers needed me to get their orders filled, not the other way around. So I did that because I was self-confident. I grew up with nothing, and I was fucking smart, fast, strong, and fearless. And then ego came in after my divorce. I had something to prove to somebody. I had to prove something. My ex-wife was wrong. Her family was wrong about me. I'm not a hillbilly from the south side of Chicago. I know what I'm doing. And then I started I became 10, 15% of the daily NASDAQ volume with my own money, my own size. And people would come over to me and say, "What are you doing? You're trading too big." But it was my own money. Ego was involved now. Fear was involved now. And my trading, I began to kind of spin my wheels for a few years. So then fast forward to the Greek story. Now, this is after MF Global failed, 2012, and I'm chasing the $2.5 million that MF took with it. And I'm trading on the screens and just pissing away. Every day was another 100,000, another 50 grand. Every day was just terrible. So we had all my two older kids from my first marriage. Jen and I had three, and we had all five kids for the weekend. I still smoke, so I had $20. I went and bought a pack of cigarettes, put $10 in gas in the car. I had like a 1.5-year-old S-Class Mercedes. My wife had a new Suburban, and she said, "Honey, will you go buy a?" We had food, but no milk. She said, "Go buy a gallon of milk." I was like, "Ooh, no money." So we were. Oh, it was awful. So we were looking for nickels and quarters, and this is on a Saturday morning. So I could have, on Monday or Saturday afternoon. On Monday, I can go pawn another watch, or I can do something like that. But that wasn't happening on a Saturday afternoon. So we looked for nickels and quarters and dimes to buy milk for our kids in our expensive cars, and then in the couches of our house. We came up with enough to do so. It was at that point that I sat her down and told her how bad it was, and that woman stayed with me. She didn't leave me. She didn't go anywhere. She looked in my eyes and she was hurt and sad and disappointed not because I lost the money, but because I wasn't honest. I was afraid to be honest with her about it. But she looked at me and said, "We'll figure it out. You'll figure it out. Let's do it together." And we walked through this whole path together. That woman is the greatest woman. And my mother was a saint. This woman is the greatest woman that I've ever known. I love her, and I look at her, and I cannot believe that she stayed with me. I can't believe that she's married to me. I can't believe I get to walk through life with that woman. And I pray to God that all of you find that kind of love.
And all you have to do, guys, is just search for a Greek woman, because I have a similar story, but I'm not going to go into it. But I will say this: it is hard when you look at a Greek woman and you're like, "Hey, honey, I got to sell 911's got to go.
Yeah,
your Mercedes, it's got to go, and we're moving." And for that woman to still stay with you, for me, it's 24 years later, 24 years this year. Yeah, it's hard to find those. So just look for a Greek woman. You find the right one, and like Pax and I, you guys are going to be set.
Not only are we moving, but we're moving to my dad's house, a house that I paid off in 2003.
Oh boy. The times, Craig. The times.
Sucky to Bucky,
man.
That was
but you talk about ego, right? And how ego gets into it, and this market doesn't give a crap about you or your ego, right? It's all it's in your own head. The market it's open every day. Now it's increasingly open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and there's always opportunity. And the mental battles of trading are kind of internal.
They're real,
right? And you have to deal with them, and they're real. And I think for me, I've had to change my style a little bit over time, and kind of learn new things to improve the trading strategy, right? Things that I speak about on the morning show with respect to the flows and understanding the options and understanding those regimes. These are things when I started in the business in 2001, I didn't look at this at all, right? It wasn't important. I come from a little bit more of an investing background than a trading background, but you have to adapt. You have to be able to see how the market is and know, is this a type of market that is conducive to your strategy or not? And if it's not, first of all, don't play big, play small, learn, and adapt if you need to, right? And so, because there's times for money making, and then there's times for saving, but there's never really a time for consistent money losing. And if you feel like you're doing that, take time off, get your head straight, kind of move on.
There was a funny story, not very funny. I've told the story before, but my friend Nick, who came into my group yesterday, was telling me, he said, do you remember there was a time where you were short, and everybody in the pit was against you. Everybody was buying them, and you just kept selling into everybody's offer. And there was the ego or the confidence of just going, I'm at a half. How many do you want? I'm half offer, and imagine having that kind of power. So, I mean, didn't mean that I was right, but in this particular case, the NASDAQ started to break, and I had held the market down and sold everybody's bid. And then I just said, all right, I'm the lower even bid for all of you when you want to get out. Now you just have to come to me. And we were 100 handles away. Now you just have to come to me. So I like when people tell that story because it's interesting and it's fun, but it's ego. on the screens, none of us have that kind of power. None of us do. The volume, 1 million, 2 million contracts are traded in the S&P every day at the speed of picoseconds, however fast that is. And there isn't a trader big enough that can hold the market up or hold the market down as in the old days. Now, this stuff is trading so quickly, so fast for so many different reasons that it's very difficult to try to figure it out. So if you just pull a step back and as exactly as Craig was saying and Blake was saying earlier, you have a plan and you have an idea of what your plan is telling you to do. If you have got clarity as to what the market is trying to do, at least if you've got clarity as to what the market is doing or at least trying to do, then you've got a reason to spend some money in it. If you have no clarity, if you have no idea, according to your process, if you have no idea what the market is in fact trying to do, then it is not worth your money and you sit out and you wait. Do you see what I mean? Your ego is going to tell you that you don't know what it's doing, but you're going to spend money and and before you know it, your expenses become losses, your losses become investments, and you're fucked. But if you're going to if you're going to look at it from a trading standpoint, I don't know what it's doing. My process is objective. The way that I look at the market is simple and easy to understand. And so I don't know what it's going to do. I'm going to go play golf. I'm going to go work out. I'm going to go for a run. I'm going to go kiss my wife in the rain. Just learn how to differentiate like that because this is a long-term game. This is a long-term business. It's not it's not a sprint, it's a marathon. And most of us are going to fail because you think you got to make money every day. You think you got to be part of every wiggle. You think you need to be part of every price change is an opportunity for you. It isn't. Take it.
It's hard, Pax. If you look, I spend 15 hours a day in front of my computer. Unfortunately, I trade a 24-hour market, so I'm up at 3 a.m. I shut it down around 8 o'clock at night. And I'm in front of the computer so much. And if you spend even half of that amount of time, a quarter amount of that time, you feel like you need to be paid. Every trader believes like, oh, I put in the work. I was looking at charts. I was reading Bloomberg. I was drawing my Fibonacci ratios. I deserve to be paid today. You're paid to wait for a great opportunity, not to trade.
That's right. Yeah.
Period.
That's pretty hard. It is to be, like the word patient, right? I was just going to say patient. I can't stand when people use that word because nobody takes the time to define it. You just took the time to define what being patient meant. Like you ever see your sons ever play baseball, as a kid, and they're pitching and all they're doing is throwing strikes and parents are going, throw strikes, come on, throw strikes. You think that kid is trying to walk everybody? That kid is trying to throw strikes. You think I'm Pax, be patient, be disciplined. What do you think? I'm trying to not to be patient? I'm trying. Well,
I love these conversations. Pax, Craig, Pax, I want to join in these conversations more on Fridays. This is great. This is good stuff. So I know Jim's always here, but man, I'm having fun. This is great.
That was really, Blake, that was a great way of defining what patience mean. You're paid to wait. You're paid to, today is a hurry up and wait until Tuesday or Wednesday of next week. You're paid today to wait until the market starts moving again, or you've got clarity. If there's no clarity, don't spend donut. Everybody in my group has heard me say, listen, I don't know what the market is going to do. I think we're breaking, or I think we're rallying, but we're not going anywhere. And so I'm done. And whatever the market does, it's going to do without me. It could rally 200 points. If it does, well, whatever. You make that decision to turn it off. That's patience. You're defining it by the way you live, not by the way you speak it.
That's right.
Yeah. Look, the lights are always on. It's always different parts of red and green. There's always a chance to, put more money to work at any particular point in time. You know where the lights are also always on? Las Vegas, right? Atlantic City. Oh. If you're sitting there all the time, it's gambling, right? You're just sitting there and you're gambling, and there's an itch to be scratched often for folks who do this. They like the action, they like the ability to. That they could make generational wealth in quick periods of time, but you can also lose generational wealth in quick periods of time. You need to be trading when the odds are in your favor, right? And so I think what we
Right.
try to do is identify those times when, things are more likely to move. If you're a directional trader, when is the market more likely to trend? If you're a reversion trader, mean trader, reversion to the mean trader, maybe today's a great day for you because you see what's going to happen, but know the environment that we're in and know the environment that your strategy works, and then play accordingly. Otherwise, like I said, you can just go to Vegas and gamble all the time.
Craig, you said it perfectly. Probabilities. I talk to a lot of my friends are entrepreneurs. They own their own businesses, and they're like, "Oh, you trade, you gamble." I'm like, "No, I actually make all of my decisions based on probabilities, just like you do as a business owner. Oh, you got to order all of these kegs of beer for your draft house bar. It's like, which ones are you ordering? Oh, did I order enough of this? Did I order too many of that? Oh, did I overpay this employee?" You're making those same type of decisions that we make on a micro level when we're taking trades. I'm like thinking probabilities the whole time, and you want to stack as many of those probabilities in your favor. And one of those probabilities happens to be, oh shit, Pax actually agrees with me on gold. Shit, I'm going to go long too. See, that's a probability.
I've done that, Blake. I've done that in some of our conversations, and I think I've told you. I've taken increased positions because you and I see things that similarly, and it's worked. It's worked.
And that's the thing is that's why I think a lot of traders love to listen to NinjaTrader Live, get the diversity, get a lot of these great minds. I'm excited that you guys are bringing Salma on. I wish I love her. I wish I was going to be able to be here to talk with her too. But you get all these great traders, and you're like, hey, Craig's thinking in this way, Tracy's thinking this way, Pax is thinking this way, and I'm thinking the same thing, and that's just giving you that confluence. See, I used the word there, Pax. Confluence. Confluence.
But they're used in the proper context, though.
Well, time flies when you're having fun, but all good things do have to come to an end. And so, Blake, it's been great having you on this morning. Excellent session. Really appreciate your time here. And we are going to see you off to enjoy the weekend. And we are going to bring in Salma to pick up the mantle here as we head into the Open at 9:30.
Hey, I'll see you, Blake. I'll see you, my friend. Have a great weekend. And I'm sure I'll talk to you sometime this weekend if something interesting happens.
Sounds good. And I texted you that thing.
Yes, I got it. Thank you.
All right, buddy. All right. See you guys.
Bye.
What's
there
up?
She is.
Fun's just getting started, Craig.
How are you, Salma? Happy Friday.
Good. Happy Friday to you too.
Hey, so by the way, Salma, I saw you
What's
ask
up?
earlier who my favorite trader was, and I have to be honest and tell you it's Tanya. Tanya's my favorite trader.
Nah, if I recall correctly, you said you and Tanya, and my brain just couldn't read after the word you. So, yeah.
Say that. That was,
good.
You should have seen the other day. I sent Salma a picture. I was talking to her when I was in the middle of this gigantic walk in the middle of the 90-degree, 100% humidity Chicago heat, sweating like a cow in the Texas heat. And Tanya and I are talking, or Salma and I are talking, and I said, listen, I had my shirt open. If I see my youngest daughter, it's going to be the most embarrassing thing. Dad! Oh, shit, I got to go. We were talking.
Surely enough, he runs into his daughter. That's hilarious.
Yeah, right away. And we are having a good conversation, too. We were talking about the gold trade that you had on the other day, and a lot of good things. Tanya is one of my favorite, not just one of my favorite traders on Ninja, but she's one of my favorite people.
Well, it's okay because
Just that-
Deli's in the chat and he's my favorite, so it's all
Happy.
good. It's all good. It's all
Oh,
good.
wow.
See?
Amazing. Well, just a reminder what we're all doing here. It's Capital Preservation Friday, and Pax and Salma are joining us, and the market is flat. Quiet. It is quiet. We just spent a half hour riffing stories and trading theories and philosophies about life and marriage and trading and the like. And the market did absolutely nothing for 30 minutes. Literally, they should have just closed it while we were speaking. But we're transitioning now. The markets are getting ready for the open here. It's probably going to be a quiet day, but you never really know exactly what's going to happen. S&Ps are up a scratch at NASDAQ. It's mild underperformance here. Semis seem like they're a little bit under pressure to start the morning. Gold a little bit softer. The bonds are a little bit stronger. Crude's up a touch. No macro data today. President not expected to speak, but he's always has the right to do whatever he wants. But Salma, I'm curious for you, as after you, I know you listened to what we were chatting about there. What's your thought about Capital Preservation Friday? How are you thinking about a day like today, where it seems like it's going to be on the quieter side? How would you approach today's activity?
Okay, so assuming that Trump doesn't come out and say anything that can, send us ripping higher, I really think that ES can continue being stuck in the same range that we've been in for 2 weeks now. This is a level that I drew, 75.99. I've had that drawn on my chart for the past week or so. 2 weeks ago, or I'm sorry, last week we closed as an inside week. So just to show you guys the visual on the weekly time frame real quick. I know that this is like what Sarah talks about on the Sunday show, but last week we were basically range bound in the week prior's candle, right? So I just marked out the high and the low of that June 22nd candle, just so I can have that visually last week to see when we would break out of that range. Surely enough, we closed as an inside week, didn't break out. Kept the levels on my chart. This week, we peaked right above the top of the range and then closed below. We couldn't really do anything to get past that level, right? So going into today, I'm just going to keep the same mindset that we've had for the same 2 weeks, that we will continue to reject. Okay, I'm not going to sit here and assume that something different is going to happen when the MO has been the same. Granted, a level, the more it gets retested, the more it gets touched, the weaker it gets. But we have come up here once, twice, 3 times. Yesterday, we came up to it. And then right now, we're basically hovering right below it. So visually speaking, we are at this level here that, we keep rejecting from. So for me, I am coming into today I don't want to say expecting is not the right word, but I'm coming into today with the mindset that there is a chance that we might reject here and that we will continue lower. If you're taking a look at the NASDAQ in comparison to ES, you can see that the NASDAQ is a bit weaker. It is lagging a bit behind ES here. And so if tech wants to drag us down, this would be the perfect spot for us to reject from on the S&P. Now, if Trump comes out and says something positive, like we had 15, 20 minutes ago, 30 minutes ago, and we have like a ripper candle, then whatever, this setup obviously gets invalidated. But for right now, that's my assumption is going to be that we will continue on with the same MO that we've had. So to answer your question, Craig, I would just size appropriately, size a little bit lighter than usual, and keep stops a little tight. I already know that if we get above 7,600, we'll continue to rip higher, right? So my stops is going to be probably somewhere around 76.10ish, maybe like a 10-point stop if I enter any shorts anywhere near here. But that's what I'm eyeing right now for ES. Very long answer. Sorry about that.
That was good.
Pax.
That was good analysis. Yeah.
Pax, we've spent most of the week, I know, above some of your critical levels, that 75.08 level on ES. We were there. We were under it for a minute, or at least for most of the day, for part of the day on Wednesday, but have since recovered. The setup, kind of broadly speaking, kind of bullish until told otherwise. Still.
Yes. Well, yeah. First, I want to say happy birthday to Anthony. Yesterday was his 49th birthday. I don't know how, you guys all see him on NinjaTrader Live. And some of us have, on NinjaTrader Live have met him. I've known him for, I think now about 30 years, which is funny to say.
Crazy. That's older than me.
I know. That's why it's funny to say, because I don't think I'm much older than, Anthony. Anyway, he is one of the best people I know, and we're both kind of blue collar people, first and second generation Americans, and as many of us are here. But we don't come from much, and we both kind of walked through this journey, peripherally together and then very close together. So Anthony is one of my closest friends. I love him very much, and I just wanted to wish him a very happy birthday. And I can't wait to celebrate your 50th with you next year in Philly, Naples, Chicago, or wherever the hell we're going to go. But it's going to be fun. So happy birthday, Anthony. I think as far as the market goes, we're above the S&P is 90 handles above the quarterly pivot. The NASDAQ is 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So 400 handles below the quarterly pivot. So, I don't know. I am long from 75.10, just above the quarterly pivot. That's the only in the S&P. That is the only position I have on. The only thing that I'm looking to do today is if we come out of the opening range to the downside today, off the open, is to cover my longs. And the only reason is because we've traded up to a macro zone that I've talked about, I think going back months, which is around 75.08, but we traded up to 04, I think this week, or 02, whatever the high is, 76.02. And so, what Tanya, now you got Tanya in my head.
You know what?
What Salma is saying about, you put her in my mind.
You're so wrong for this. You're so wrong.
Oh, be quiet. Be quiet. I'll call you later. So, because I know, it hurt me that you said that Anthony was your favorite guy.
Well, whose birthday week is it? Yours or his? It's his now. Yours is over.
His was last week.
Yeah, I know.
So because what Salma pointed out on her charts, and very rightly so, we've got, almost a triple top forming here. If we don't take out 76, well, this week's high, if we take out this week's high on the upside, 76.02 half, then that's going to take us up to, what is that? That next peak is going to be,
I tell you,
36. 76.36, and then 76.32 to 76.36. So, above 02, we target up there. And then if we get above that, then it's off to the races. We have a whole new leg up to 79.60 to 8,000 with the stop at 78.10. But, it looks to me like we've got a little bit of a triple top, and who wants to go home long, in S&P with the semis, or the NASDAQ, indices so weak, and the bonds selling off. I mean, the bonds, you talked about that last Sunday, Craig, and you retweeted the clip of the bond failure last week was huge. We stopped at exactly the right spot, for the bears at 114.14. I saw Donnie Phillips and others talking about getting long yesterday at like 110.30. That's a nice trade. I don't think I'd have done that. I because the bonds are in a cyclical bear market, I'm more inclined to sell rallies than I am to buy breaks. But with the bond weakness, gold kind of in the middle of nowhere, in between some very pivotal levels. I don't really want to go into the weekend carrying a position in the S&P. There's like I said earlier in the conversation with Blake and you, Craig, I don't have clarity as to what the market is trying to do, and not with the NASDAQ being so weak, and the S&P sort of, strong-ish, I don't know who's going to win. NASDAQ weakness, S&P strength, from a swing or a trend, sort of a not trend, but a swing sort of a standpoint. I don't know. I don't know. So we'll see. I'll take just like Salma was saying. If there's something easy to do, I'll do it. If it isn't, no thanks.
Yeah. I mean, the pre-market action, just kind of looking under the hood here. I mean, semis are down 1.5%, are down 1.5%. Micron's down $25. Nvidia's down a touch. SanDisk is down $70, right? So, these have been the stalwart names. This is where all the exposure on the leverage ETF front is. And so what we know is that at the end of the day, there's massive leverage ETF rebalancing flows that'll, come into the tape. So we'll have that dynamic in play. It's also expiry, not the main expiry, but Fridays are an expiry week, expiry day for basically every name too. So large option activity. we're in a positive gamma regime, broadly speaking. So I think what we're continue to have is S&P kind of plus or minus flat. You'll have your weakness in semis, and it'll be balanced by strength in the Dow and strength in the Russell. And so, that dynamic probably stays with us at least until the middle of next week when we get those macro catalysts. We get the CPI print on Tuesday. We get Warsh Tuesday, Wednesday. We get the bank earnings. And then just broadly, we have options expiry, which will, cleanse the palette a little bit more and allow more directional trading. At the onset, we also spoke about dollar yen having a big move overnight with some yen strength. If that were to follow on into next week, shorts in the yen are about as large as we've ever seen them, or at least in recent memory. So clearly there's crowded positioning in short yen, and so if you started to get some unwind with the yen rally, kind of commensurate with moving into a more hawkish Fed backdrop next week when War speaks, or a big hotter than expected CPI print, then you can start to see, I think, more movement in the S&P and probably some acceleration of this downside that we see in the Nasdaq kind of draws the S&P lower. On the flip side, a cooler than expected CPI print and a dovish Warsh and strong bank earnings, maybe the S&P kind of brings everything back up again. So you're right; it's probably too early to tell which way we're going to break. But next week seems like will be, the catalyst-rich week to determine that.
Well, right. It's not today, and the volume. If you guys look at volume, the volume overnight is light. It's like like last Friday when everything was closed, no volume. Good movement though, but no volume. I suspect that today is going to be no movement because we have, like Craig just so eloquently outlined, a lot of things in the offing. So look for these, and I think Salma. I mean, the opening range will define it too, and I'll talk about that off the open. But watch for what Salma, and then later on XY and Chris. Those guys. These guys are trading, including Salma. Guys, as a general overall, everybody. They're looking for more back and forth intraday trading than I am at this point in my life. I mean, really, the only reason I'm here this morning and looking to trade is just because of the show. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here. It's not worth my money. There's no clarity. I'm long. I'll cover my longs either out or add, or just sit with them. I don't know. But the fact remains, even if you are more of an active intraday trader or looking for active income, as I was for a long time, even if you are, you still have to take a step back. You still have to decide whether or not this trade is something that you want to spend money in or not. And then you trade accordingly. And Sam, I had a great plan. I'm looking forward to seeing what the market does, and that's it. You need to manage yourself, and that'll help you manage your risk.
Yeah. Well, it is 9:15, so 15 minutes coming up before the opening bell. And this segment, as always on Friday morning, this is brought to you by the CME Group, where risk meets opportunity. So thank you to the CME Group. Let's get we got Pax's charts here up on the screen. Pax, what are we looking at here as we head into the open?
Nothing.
A continuation of what we've seen all morning, which is nothing.
Yeah, nothing. So I don't know. So here, this is my indicator. My indicator. It's fun to say that I have an indicator. But this is the opening range yesterday. So opening range yesterday was if you want to download this is going to populate up right off the open, and I'll show you how it works. And then you've got my domes here. I trade on the domes. My positions, see here, are flat here. These are my intraday positions. I got to change my quantity. I was trading bonds earlier off the open, so I had an 8-lot sized up. All right, so I don't trade 2 lots, and I don't trade 5-lot micros normally in my normal accounts. I am going to kind of show you how to trade. I hope how to trade the minis and the micros is kind of a spread. If you're trading funding companies, they're prop. Lucid allows you to do this. Some others do, but many of you don't. But anyway, the point is that it's a good, very cost-effective way. And learning, let me ask you guys this in the chat, and I know there's a delay, but what is more important to a long-term profitable trader, managing risk or managing profit? Now,
I know the answer to this
type in, yeah, I know, because you,
because I got it wrong.
well, no, I mean, you're evolving it. And that's the idea, is that we evolve it. So I don't mean what's the most important to a new trader. I mean, what's most important to a long-term profitable trader. Managing, see, a lot of you guys pay attention. It's managing profit. Managing risk is going to make you a break-even trader. And the vast majority of us are break-even traders. And you're going to drift away because you're spending too much money, too much time, too much effort. You're not making money. I'm breaking even. I'm making and losing the same 100 grand or 50 grand. So managing profit is just going to make you a break-even trader. Managing risk is going to make you a break-even trader. Learning how to manage your profit, that's going to make you profitable. Learning how to exploit your profit is going to make this entire business worth it, and it's going to make you free. Learning how to exploit your profit, meaning learning how to add to your positions. So most traders think that the way that you size up is just by increasing the size of your unit. I don't do that. I probe the market around the opening range with small size, and I take paper cut expenses, or paper cut losses. But when I find the momentum of the market, I'll go from a 16 lot to a 32 lot to a 64 lot in the minis pretty quickly. I'll also go from a 16 lot to an 8 lot to a 4 lot to a 2 lot to nothing awfully quickly. So I probe the market around the opening range with small size. And then when I find it, then I'm going to increase. But the whole idea is that I'm managing my risk so that I keep my expenses small. And then once I find the momentum of the market, then I can take profit on it. So look at this. So I manage my, I get a downturn. We come out of the opening range to downside. We don't make the rotation, get out, stopped out, scratch. Okay, I can handle that. Taking scratches allows me, what is taking, let me see what the answer is in here. If I'm managing my risk and I'm taking small expenses or scratches, what does that allow me to do? Let me see if anybody knows this in the chat. So while I'm looking for answers, then I get long at 47, pay for the trade. Comes back down, scratches me out. Get long at 47.75, pay for the trade. Don't pay for it, comes back down, scratches me out. Then get long here, pay for the trade at 15 handles, and then we take out the next one. So what do? Well, I add. Now, not more temps. The exact opposite, Joe Bader. It's not more temps. It's if I can take a scratch with small size, that gives me the ability to be able to size up. Most of you guys think that the way that you size up is by adding to your unit size. I don't think that. The way to size up is when you find the momentum of the market. So I buy, in today's case, a 2 lot at 47.75, 2 lot in the minis, and I'm going to sell 5% or 25% of my unit, a 5 lot in the micros at 62.75. We go bid above that, I'm going to add that back, or I'm going to add 2 minis, or I can just add back, twice what I took off. Because now if the market stays bid above my entry price, all I have to do is put in a scratch stop. Now I can go ahead and buy 100 lot if I wanted to, because I'm not going to lose anything more than a scratch. Does this make sense or no? So learning how to...
Pax, sorry, not to cut you off,
No,
but like a question for you. When do you start to size up in your trading? Is it when you've put in enough time in the market? Is it when your portfolio reaches a certain size? Is it when you've shown yourself that you've been consistent for X amount of time, or X amount of profitable days? How would you recommend to people who are starting out, or they're just early in their career, when do they start to size up?
Well, okay, great question, and that I can maybe write a book on that, on the answers to that. But give the market your time, not your money. So don't try to size up too quick, too fast, too hard. Okay, now part of Capital Preservation Friday is that we take the money out of our accounts that we've made, and I mean like independent traders, people trading their own live accounts.
So you're paying yourself. You're saying you withdraw money every week.
Right. So
Okay.
if you made 5,000 this week, take it out. But Pax, I want to grow my account to 50. No. So I can trade bigger, like you're talking about. No, if you made 5 grand, take that money out. Then do it again next week. 2 grand, 3,000, 4,000. Oh, and then you have a $10,000 week. Always take that money out. Properly fund your tax accounts. Remember, futures are taxed at like 20. 60/40 long-term, short-term capital gain split. It's like 20 to 24%. So make sure you take out 30%. Put it in a different bank account. So if you bank at Chase, and you take out 10,000. Have 7,000 of that wired to Chase, and then 3,000 of that wired into Bank of America, a different bank. Don't ever mess with your tax account. And I'm not an accountant. Find a CPA that knows about futures trading. This is just what my wife and I do, or what I do, what my wife does for me. My wife manages my accounts like that, so I'm not aware of it. So I'm going to try to answer it this way. Okay, so you're taking money out of your account, right? Taking money out of your account. You're paying yourself. You're doing good things with the money. We're here. We're all independent traders, so we're here to grow our personal accounts, not our trading accounts. Now, if you decide that you want to go from a 2-lot to a 4-lot, take money that you've earned already, money that you've made, not money that you inherited, not money that you're making selling cars or insurance or driving Uber, but money that you've made from trading, and then move that into your trading account to increase your size and your unit size. It's and that's a better rule of thumb than saying, well, I doubled my account and so I'm going to trade a 4-lot. No, take that money out, properly fund your tax account so you don't find yourself in tax trouble at the end of the year. Pay your quarterly estimates, all that. Now, as you make money and you decide that you want to increase your size, move money, take ownership of your trading accounts. So move money from your personal accounts into your trading accounts, money that you've made trading. And then go ahead and add a unit, like 1 contract to your unit, 2 contracts to your unit. If you're in the process of learning how to do that, then trading the minis against the micros. If you look at you can't, God bless it. I was supposed to get on the phone with Kevin so I can show you my mouse. On the dome on the left is the mini, the dome on the right is the micros. If you are learning how to do these things, then trade the minis and the micros as a spread. So I'll show you how to do that in 5 minutes if the market does anything, and then how to now this is going to sound counterintuitive, but we all must learn how to add to our size without adding to our risk, or at least without adding, before compliance gets on me, without adding significantly to our risk. And again, if I buy 47.75s, that market must go 48 half bid, 49 bid for me to keep the trade. If I buy 47.75s, I'm probing the market around the opening range with small size. I'm going to go ahead and get out for a small expense, paper cuts. 2x4s, okay? A 2x4, 2 trades, cut your size, or 2 expenses, cut your size, 2 more expenses, and wait. Don't churn yourself up. Probe. Nice and easy. Ira Harris, Judd Hirschberg, Howard Green, the guys that I learned from would talk about sacrificing soldiers. And I always thought that was like too violent. So I just changed it to probing the market. Let me see if there's any comments or questions in here. Pax, you trade personal accounts or LLC? Okay, so that's Candle. That's all of my trading accounts are LLCs, and they're everything. I don't own anything. Everything I own is everything that we have is an LLC, including the properties that we own, and everything is owned in trusts. I don't own a car. I don't own a phone. I don't own a house. I don't have credit. We bought not my wife's car, but my last car we bought. I went in, I buy cars. I don't lease, and I don't finance. The guy said, well, let's just see what kind of a rate you can get. I said, I'm telling you. So he said, yeah, you're right. You don't exist. So, and the reason I do that, there's a lot of overlapping protections that I do. And the reason I do that is because of the story I told earlier about how I was emptying out retirement accounts and SEP IRAs and not telling my wife about it and just pissing it away. So in order to protect me from me, so I don't become another Jesse Livermore story, as we were talking about earlier, we have protections against protections against protections from me to not do those sorts of things again.
Oh, gold
Okay.
is moving.
Oh, gold. Yeah,
Nice.
gold is moving. Okay,
That's a
gold.
nice drop.
That's a great. All right, gold's. Oh, that aggravates me. Gold's opening range was 41.16. I wanted to be short gold from the opening range. I wasn't, because 4,100 is that pivotal price we've been talking about for the last 2 months, and then 40.78. No, 4,100 is that pivotal price we've been talking about most of the year. Then 40.78 is the new quarterly pivot. Okay, so below 40.78, I'll sell them. And we're churning 4,100. But yeah, that's moving. And the bonds are starting to downtick a little bit too. The bottom of the bond, 30-year
Yeah.
bond is 112 or 111.12.
Yeah.
Starting to
I
get
mean,
in.
it's quiet. It's so quiet. Yeah. I mean, you've got 2 minutes left there to the open. Pax, I think if you want to turn your cursor on, I don't know if it's a little too late for that, but if you go right next to that, right next, you see that plus sign on the top bar there? The thing right next to it?
Where?
In the top of the top panel, the top horizontal panel, there's like a magnifying glass, and then there's a plus sign.
Oh,
On the top.
okay. Yeah, I got
it. Next to the plus sign.
Yeah. Show data
I think
box.
if you click, no. Let me actually go. Click on the click on the plus sign. Sorry.
No, that's okay. Okay.
What does that say? I'm having hard.
It says
Just press Control N.
yeah, click-
Someone is
just-
saying.
Control N. Let's
Yeah.
see
There
if
you
that
go.
works.
Now we can see you, right?
Wait,
See,
did it
now-
work?
we had it there.
Yeah, but I wanted to show. Can you see this? I wanted to show on my domes. Okay. Actually,
All right. Well,
wait, it's working.
Yeah. Woo! There you go.
Did it? Look at my domes.
Yeah,
Can
we
you
can
see my
see it.
mouse?
Well, I saw it for a second.
Okay.
Wow.
Boom. We're open.
anyhow, we're open. So-
Okay. So listen, this is kind of a good open. NASDAQ is just opening in the middle of nowhere, but this is a pretty good open for the S&P. Why, Salma? Why is this a good open
Yeah.
in the S&P?
Well, I don't know. You
Yeah,
tell
you
me.
do. You said it already.
Oh,
You
what?
clearly outlined it.
What did I say? I said a lot of stuff.
Well, we're opening. Today's opening range Friday. Today's Friday opening range is at the top of the range. Is at almost a triple top. I'd have to look through my Discord to see if this is an all-time high opening range or not. But we're opening right below the highs of the week. We're opening, not far away from the all-time highs. So this is, we break this. Actually, now something can happen. All right, top of the opening range is 94.75. See, here's the opening range, 94.75, 92.
Oh, wow.
There we go. I missed that shit by not paying any attention to it. All right. I would call that, in my group, we would call that an easy breakout. We went 94.75 bid, and we did not go offered. So I don't know if you guys were able to get that in my group or not. But if you did, you're long, nice, with no risk. And that's the kind of stuff that I was talking about, gives you the ability to size up. You buy 94.75s and they go bid, and there you go. Oh, there was my chance. I don't like pullbacks, but there you go. Try to get a pullback. I don't like pullbacks because they're almost always instant expenses. Well, let's see. Not in this case. So there, you see what I mean? You buy 94.75s. Now it's 95 half bid. You put in a scratch stop. It's easy peasy. You can size up all day long. When I started trading like 5 lots and 10 lots and 20 lots and 50 lots and 100 lots in the NASDAQ pit, and our ranges were 300-400 points, I would trade bigger when I knew I can get out. So if I buy 94.75s, they go 5 bid, 95 bid, quarter bid, half bid, 75 bid. Put in a scratch stop. Well, I can trade bigger, can't I?
So chat wants to know, what's a scratch stop?
Your stop is at your entry price. So you
break
buy-
even, guys.
Yeah, no, not break even. Break even is using the money that you've locked in as your trading capital. So if I bought 94.75s and I paid for them at 4 points, 98.75, I can put in a 2-point stop. So I'd put in a stop at 92.75. That would be break even. 94.75. A scratch stop is putting your stop at your entry. PJ, I'm not expecting chop. I'm expecting the market to do nothing. But I mean, we're about to make a new high for the week. So 0975, so 0810. All of you guys in my group who are long, you're going to take profit at 08. If you guys are flat like me, we're going to buy 08s and then buy 10s. I'm going to trade smaller around the opening range, but I'm going to trade bigger around the rotations. Why? Because I know what the market is trying to do. I don't know what the market will do, but I know what it's trying to do. So remember, O2Q, is it Q? O2Q or O275 is the high of the week. O2 half. O2 half right here is the high of the week. If we take this out, we will trade up to 08 to 10 pretty quickly because that's the first rotation. And then we'll run, what's the NASDAQ doing? Oh, man.
Look at the Russell. The Russell is just dropping alongside the Dow. Yeah.
You got me looking at the Russell again.
Good.
And there are traders in my group that are trading it because, now the Russell is an interesting market, and Salma really has me looking at it. I broke up with the Russell a long time ago.
It's time to get back.
Yeah. The reason I did was because, I mean, if you draw a horizontal line on a chart, the Russell's trading at the same price levels as it has for the last 10 years. While the NASDAQ and the S&P has doubled and tripled and quadrupled, so you don't get trend runners. The last 25% of my unit becomes my runner. Like I'm long right now. I'm long 8 minis in my not trend account, but my like a swing account from 75.10. My runners are meant to become risk-free swing positions. And in many cases, trend positions. So I'm gonna trade into a position, and then I'm going to use that last 25% to become a swing or a trend. So I can be long for weeks and months, or long for 5 minutes, or 2 minutes, depending on what it gives me. So what the hell was? Oh, the Russell. The Russell is going to give you very clean opening range breakouts. But it's not really going to give you any really like long-term positions. At least it hasn't for a long time.
So what did we say the rotations are for the Russell so I can implement it into this indicator?
I don't know yet. I think it's still 15 points. I'll send you. I'm going to start sending you my plan. I'll put you on the email list for my trade plan. So just use those targets. Let me see what those are. I didn't put them
Guys, for the record, we were supposed to have the levels on the Russell like 4 weeks ago.
I want to make sure they're right, Salma.
Just putting that out there.
I want to make sure that they're right. I don't want to put something out there just to put something out there, because then I don't. The one thing that I take my trading very seriously, and I think I take the way I live my life seriously. But the thing that I take even more seriously is my responsibility to each of you. So if I don't know an answer to something, I'm not going to make it up. I'm just going to tell you I don't know. And everybody that knows me knows that that's the case. So I'm not, because you guys are trading your own money. You're trading your own, capital, and it's not easy. And I want to make sure that the information I'm giving you is helpful. What's Russell doing?
Someone in chat said he's sending the rotations to Tanya first. Is that so?
Oh, wow. I mean,
even if I did, Tanya wouldn't pay any attention. She's too busy trading fair value gaps and that stuff. Where'd the Russell open?
Opened at 3012. 3012.5.
Oh, look, hold on. Russell. Oh my gosh. Russell's opening range is 3011.6 to 3017. All right. So, oh my goodness. What's today's date? Oh, this is wrong.
The 10th.
It's interesting just that if I look now, the semis have rallied back a little bit. Sandex is back to flat. Now the tech's outperforming Russell. So, this is Is the back and forth. The back and forth
Craig,
is.
are we still using like the same story about how like tech sells, Dow gets bought, Dow sells off, tech gets bought?
We are in a positive gamma regime a week ahead of expiry. I think after expiry next week, we're more likely to see a more correlated move in one direction where things start to trade together again.
Okay, and flows are obviously stronger next week.
Supportive, yes, that's correct.
Supportive.
I got to tell you,
But we have.
I don't know anything of what you guys are talking about.
It's okay. You just need to know that when we're in the third week, correct?
The option of the week, yep.
So when we're in the third week of the month, Pax, just know that if there's bad news that comes out, it's not as bad because there is just supportive flows that are holding the market not up, but just keeping the market kind of propped. And so that is like the week when, the bad headlines, the tweets can come out, all mayhem can happen, and the market won't sell off as much as it would if it happened a week, after or a week prior. Even this week, like we had some bad news and we didn't even drop as much as we should have.
The flows were very supportive this week too. So
we saw
right.
a V-shaped reversal back to the upside. Like that wouldn't happen if it was the last week of the month or something like that.
That's right.
So that's just what that means. You don't need to know the nitty gritty of things. Just know third week there's support. That's it.
All right, so let me point this out real quick. If anybody's trading Russell, your first target in the Russell is 34. No, it's not. It's 24. 30, 24. I don't want to pay attention to the Russell, but that's it. I don't know what the rotations are yet. I don't, I mean, I know what, positive flows are in gamma, and it's just, I try not to, that's the kind of stuff that Blake and I were talking about earlier. I try not to think too much about it. I try not to think about it at all when I'm trading. The only thing I want to pay attention to is the opening ranges and what the rotations are. So, and here, look at, we're coming back to the opening range. So if we break, I want to sell this, actually. I'm not interested in buying 94.75s. The market tried to rally, and now it's going to try to break. Oh, I'm going to sell them on a sell.
This is nasty.
We haven't done anything yet, so it's not nasty. It's doing exactly what we thought it would do, which is Gats on goal. All right, now we go. Listen, the market tried to rally and it couldn't. Now it's going to try to break. Let's see if it does, or it's going to come out again on the upside. I'm not real interested in trading that. The S&P or the NASDAQ had made its first rotation. And there we go. See, short. Now I want to, the market, fuck you. I hope you guys in my group just actually had it. I hope you guys in my group are selling 92s pretty good, or maybe you guys got fancy. So the market tried to rally and it couldn't. Now it's going to try to break. And if it doesn't, then that's going to be the end of the day. I don't see. Okay. If it doesn't, if this market does not, if the S&P does not trade down to 77, it's not going to do anything. At least it's not going to do anything with my dough. Come on, you son of a bitch.
I think if we drop, we can see 20 points lower on ES.
Well, 15 for sure.
Wait, what is the first rotation to the downside?
77.
77. Yeah, I like that. I like that. 77, 73.
All right, there. Come on, do something.
Patience. That's the word you hate, right?
That's the word of the day.
Dude, I was sitting here backstage. You guys were having such great conversations. I was, I felt a little FOMO. You guys touched on a lot of stuff with Blake.
The graybeard session.
No, it was funny. You guys were cracking me up.
Motherfucker isn't going to go. I mean, this market isn't going anywhere. All right, this is my last attempt. Nasdaq is rallying again. The S&P is not breaking. Okay, now maybe it is. All right, I got the edge. Scratch stopping, can't lose money. All right, now we're going to trade down to 77, 79, or we're going to come back in, scratch me out, and then I'm not going to even look at it anymore. So either come down and pay me, scratch me out, and I'll see you tomorrow or Monday. Oh, look at this. Come on. All right, so I'm going to put in a buy at 79 to pay for my trade. There we go. Cancel. Fuck this. At this point, you guys in my group, I'm going to take another 92 just to show everybody how to trade the spread. But if you guys are in my group, stop trading it and wait for the rotation. Sell 79, 77s, okay? Don't trade the opening range anymore. Now, I will, if we come out, I'm not interested in buying them, but if we come out on the short side at 92, I'll do it again just to show everybody in the chat here how to trade the spread. But if you guys are in my group, my brothers and sisters, don't trade this Carbone until after we come out of the downside rotation or above the upside rotation. This is not worth any of your money. Save your dough, my bro and sister. Dangerous on the dance floor, Tammy. Dangerous. Dangerous on the dance floor. Yeah. Garbone, Pip. Garbone. Nobody, please don't look up Garbone in the Urban Dictionary. I didn't know what it meant. It's disgusting, but it's a word that my dad has used in our family for years. I don't think he knew what it meant. At least I hope he didn't. My dad was an interesting man, I'll tell you.
We're waiting for the open of this SK Hynix ADR at some point this morning. Not sure exactly what the timing looks like on that.
Yes, Shep. My kids use my daughters use bra as intersex or unisex or whatever, unisex. Bra. Oh my God! I just remembered we're gonna have a house full of college girls this weekend. Bruh. For like the next week, all Marguerite's college friends are coming in from Ohio to go to see what's a redheaded singer's name?
Who?
What in the hell is that guy's name? The redheaded singer. He's like a country guy from Kentucky. He's in Chicago. What's his name?
Noah Khan?
No. Noah Khan is coming on Tuesday. They're going to be here for that. Tyler Childers is playing this weekend, and then Noah Khan in 2 days. So they're going to see all of that. I told Marguerite can sell her Noah Khan tickets for like $1,400. Why don't you sell that? I'll let you keep. Give me back my $250 I paid for the tickets, so you guys can keep that. She is my daughter for sure, but she's not looking to make
Flip
money.
tickets.
Hey, I saw, Shab, I saw Chapel Rowan a couple years ago at Lollapalooza. Holy shit, that was a great show. There were 300,000 people behind us. That was a great show. I really like Chapel Rowan, Pink Pony Girl singer. She's really good. And she puts on a great show. And that crowd was so much fun. I mean, imagine me, like everybody, I think everyone, because I'm a traditional Catholic, I think everybody has got the wrong idea of me. I really have a great time. I have fun.
How was Hootie yesterday?
Hootie was great until it rained. They got rained on.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah.
Midway through?
Like halfway, just over halfway. He sounded great, Sami. He sounded so good, or the band they all sounded so good. He has not missed. Like his voice isn't weakened. It was a great show. And it was, the crowd last night was much different than it was on Wednesday night. It was more older, people our age. And there was a lot of our friends were there, and we had a great time. It was a good mix of people.
I need to see if they're coming anywhere near me.
Well, I'd go see him again. So remember earlier I was talking about, I just want to make this point. Remember earlier I was talking about if you got clarity, spend some dough. If there's no clarity, probe the market. Take a couple of expenses. Of course, I took a couple more expenses than what I normally would because I just wanted to try to show you how to do this. But, how to trade the spread. But clarity comes in when we go 08 and 10 bid on the upside, 76, 08 and 10 bid, because then we know that we're trading another 15 handles higher, and that actually takes us up to the all-time high. Clarity comes on the downside, not at the opening range anymore, but below 77. So I always put 2 points around my targets. So if it's 77, the rotation is 77, I'll use 79, 77. So I will, because the market's giving me clarity, if I'm trading a 4 lot, I'll sell 4 at 79 and then sell 4 at 77. So I've just increased my size without increasing my risk. We have not really, except for in gold and really kind of the bonds too, but really except for gold and the 30-year bond have been the best trades the last couple of weeks. Yes, and the NASDAQ. The S&P hasn't really done anything but chop higher. The NASDAQ has given, look at the NASDAQ rotations.
I mean, you got a huge move in Meta today, up 6%. It's up 10% in 2 days. That's clearly been plowing the NASDAQ higher. So it's been more of the software and Meta hyperscaler names than the semi names.
But look at this. I mean, 851 is the open. 916 is first rotation. It's taking it out now, working up to 981. So if you're long, NASDAQ is 10 points wide. So if it's 16, you're going to use 06, 16. So buy 06s, buy 16s, and then take them up to 81, sell 71s, buy 71s, buy 81s, increase your size along the way. If the market doesn't give you any of that, then you sit on your hands and wait. But look at the NASDAQ rotations just yesterday. NASDAQ got top of the opening range. 1, 2, 3, almost 4 rotations. The S&P got 1, 2, 3. Okay, now let's look at, the day before. We got Schnazzy got 1, 2 to the downside, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then it kept going. 4 rotations to the upside. It's just that the NASDAQ has given you bigger swings. It's given you bigger rotations than the S&P does. NASDAQ has been a better trade. The S&P has really kind of been garbone.
Craig, did you see how Mark Zuckerberg tweeted yesterday for the first time about Meta? It's his first time tweeting since 2009, and it sent the stock ripping. I just find that hilarious. Yeah,
heading over to Elon's platform, but Meta bringing on new capacity at lower prices, and market likes it for them. We'll see what happens to the rest of the industry if LLM pricing starts to fall, but. I think this market seems to be doing exactly what we anticipated it was going to do this morning, which is a whole lot of not so much.
Nothing.
There's still a lot of day left.
But there's no reason to move. There's a lot of day left, no reason to move. If we haven't moved off the open, we're not going to move today. It's not worth your money. Sure as shit isn't worth mine. There's no reason, unless there's a tweet or something, there's no reason to do anything. I was going to cover the longs I came in with out of the opening range. I'm not touching them. I'm letting them run. I'm still long from 75.10, and I'm staying long until either we get below that rotation or, I don't know. I'll even let them come back down and scratch me out. So real quick, we only have 7 or 8 minutes left for me. Do you guys have any questions at all? I know that you guys were throwing a bunch of questions. Oh, here's one. Pax, I have a question. When we consider years back to 65, oh my, I don't know where to go. I have a question. It says trust. I'll just say that. I don't know what. I have a question. When we consider many years back, the 65 handle rotations in NASDAQ wouldn't be ideal levels since they would be very big percentage. How do you use them? I will adjust the rotations as the ATR adjusts. So like when the S&P, I don't have. I'm sorry, I don't have the ATR up on Ninja charts, but the ATR in the S&P right now is shit. Hold on, let me move that down. Is 84 points. The Nasdaq. Does anybody have any idea how big the ATR, the average true range in the Nasdaq is right now? Anybody have any guesses with the 10-day look back? 656 points. I mean, fuck, this is crazy. 656 point. All right, so when the Nasdaq, when the S&P ATR gets under 50, then I'm going to shrink the rotations in the S&P. The S&P always rotates out 15 points. Always. It just is a matter of how many rotations are we looking at. The NASDAQ always rotates out of the opening range 65 points. But when the ATR shrinks to like 100 to 250 in the NASDAQ, then I'm going to, instead of taking 25% of my unit off at 65 points and adding above it, I might flatten at 65 points, or I might take 3/4 of my unit off and leave a quarter on for a longer swing. So I will use the rotations differently in the way that I manage my positions. I'm not going to necessarily change them. Now, when the ATR shrinks, the way that I pay for my trades will shrink. I'll pay for my trade with 15 or 20 points in the NASDAQ and then flatten at 65 points. I'll pay for my trade with 4 points in the S&P and maybe flatten at 15. Does that make sense? Trust. I mean, the way that I manage my positions is going to change when the ATR changes a bit, but the rotations are always going to stay the same. And why they rotate in 15 points and 65 points, I really don't know. It's just, the algorithms that control the momentum of the market always have starting points and stop points and places that they need to trade to and get to. And then, and then they move it through. It's the same. The more things change, the more things stay the same. The way that the rotations work now with the algos is the same fucking way that they worked when I was a market maker on the floor. It really isn't much different. It's just, human beings aren't making human beings aren't creating the volume and moving the market. Computers are. AI is. What other questions you guys have for me before I take off? Emotional costs too much. That's why flip Momo. Emotional costs too much. That's why most of us fail. You're right. It's the way that you see things in this business, not your process necessarily. It's the way that you allow your emotions to kind of propel you onto like a hamster wheel, right? You know what I mean? A hamster wheel, like the hamster controls that hamster wheel, kind of walking slowly on it. But when your emotions kind of get the best of you, then you start to overtrade a little bit. And all of a sudden, your emotions are spinning, your head is spinning, and that hamster wheel is controlling you. You're not controlling it. So we have to take care of our mind, body, and spirit. We have to do a lot of things. Confident, carefree, fearless, focus, all the things that I talk about and preach about and tweet about. There isn't any of the things that I talk about doing, you guys, like the things that I warn against, I've done all of it. And I've invented things along the way that you guys haven't even imagined yet. That will where you stab yourself in the back, you blow yourself up. I've done it all. I know what works, what doesn't. I know how to protect myself above all. And I know how to add to my positions when the market gives me the chance to. So our emotions are what ultimately is going to destroy us. Or, don't make your trading. I talked about this. Me and Blake and Craig talked about this for an hour before we came on. Or 30 minutes before he came on. Don't make your trading about you. Make your trading about your process.
We're still anticipating this SK Hynix open. It's indicated to open at $180, which is up 20% from the listing price of $149. I think that helped. That rhetoric helped bounce the NASDAQ and bounce the semis. Someone asked in the chat about the ticker for that. It's SKHYV for today. And then next week, that'll transition to SKHY. And there'll be double and triple levered ETFs next week on it, and options will trade on it, by the end of next week. So get your party hats on. Another $1 trillion company in the chip sector to trade. So
Excuse me.
Morning.
look,
Morning,
good
morning.
morning, gentlemen.
What's up, guys?
How goes it?
What's up, fellas? How you's doing?
Not too bad. Is my Salma, did you take any trades?
No, not yet.
Hey guys.
I'm
Chris.
more leaning towards short
Morning.
side than I am long.
Oh,
We'll
you
see what
can't.
happens.
It can't be at this point. We're taking out the weekly high.
Okay, yeah. I just right now I don't see a setup for myself.
Oh, there you go.
You know, if
That's
we
it.
do end up trending higher, then yeah, sure, I'll look for an entry to go long. But let's see what happens when what Craig just mentioned comes out. See what it does to the Nasdaq, and then go from there. I think
What
it's
do you
still
guys-
very,
coming out?
very early days.
What do you guys call?
XY, we're waiting for this SK Hynix to start trading.
XY, you got something going? Chris, you got something going?
I do not. My platform wasn't working this morning.
I'm long from the lows. I'm long actually both ES and Q,
Good
but
luck.
I'm down to 2 runners and Q here. ES just sitting on 3. I'm trying to trail ES.
How are you trailing? How do you use trailing stops?
Just to the next swing once it's moved far enough. Like my trade's pretty much done. Trading day's done. So I'm gonna go ahead and just trail it and see how far they can take it. Oh, my screen's not even being shared. Give me a second.
Oh, I'm so tired.
How'd you do today, Pax?
I didn't do shit. I didn't expect it to do anything, Chris, and it's not doing anything. Yeah, at least according to my process.
Yeah.
I had a good conversation. We had a really good conversation. Salma busted my chops as she always does.
That's what I'm here for.
I was talking to my son Gabriel and my son Danny and I went to a Sox game. Gabriel's all over the streams all the time. He's the college baseball player, and he was telling my son Danny. He said, "You ought to hear, how Dad doesn't, Dad yells at people all the time." Which just made me think of it because XY is always makes fun of me for that too, but and especially with the trolls, he trolls the trolls, and he's not nice to the trolls. And then and Gabriel said, and you know what, Salma's like that too. And then Danny's asking questions. Well, who's Salma? And why does Dad do that? And Dad, why do you do that? You can't do that. You can't let people piss you off. He said, well, why not? I have more fun trolling the trolls than anybody else, and I love watching Salma do that too. Don't fuck with us.
Yeah, I give XY shit too, because
She's a
Why
bully,
not?
man. What can I say?
yeah.
She's definitely a chop buster.
Salma's simultaneously the nicest one on
Yes.
NT Live, I think, too.
Yes, she sure is.
50-50.
So,
You never know what you're gonna get.
50-50. Never let them know your next move.
box of chocolates.
Compliments all around for Salma. I think that's a good way
Yeah.
for us to
Hit the like for Salma, guys.
for us to hit the like for Salma. It's been a great morning. I'm gonna Pax, Salma, and myself. We're gonna check out here. XY and Chris will take you for the next couple hours here. Thanks, guys. Enjoy the day.
You have to
Happy
say it like
Friday,
Jimmy.
everybody.
You have to say it like Jimmy. We're gonna dip out of the chat and let him.
We're gonna
We're gonna dip into the chat.
We're gonna dip out of here, dip into the chat. Thanks everybody for joining us this morning. XY, Chris, take it away.
Have fun,
Have a
guys.
great
God
day.
bless you all. Nobody fights
Ciao.
alone.
See you
All right,
guys.
take care, guys. Toodles. Yo, yo.
You get your stuff working?
Yeah. I don't know what keeps going on.
Yeah, I had
Oh,
the issues
hey,
too. It took
Crash.
me like it took me like 4 tries to start the platform, and then my volume profiles were missing, and now ES is still missing. But there's no time to figure that out now. We're in it. I just needed my NQ profiles at least. But yeah,
Morning, chat. Hola.
anyone who was on Develop Your Edge with me yesterday, it's what we thought.
They pulled it back. They caught a bid somewhere. I marked this next distribution for a potential hold for a bid, and that's where they traded to today. So if you guys were on and had the same idea as me, congratulations. You can shoot me a tip. Hungover at that time? You're wild.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's crazy.
Here in
Man, all
Cali.
the
I
love
mean,
is in
dude,
ES today.
it was like 2 o'clock, man. Actually, that's true. I guess if you were drinking the night before. Yeah, amped. I tried it. I actually did it 4 times. So I tried to start the platform 4 times, and then I did the Ninja script reload thing 4 times. Everything's on except the ES profile. Don't know why, but we'll figure that out.
What's
I'm gonna drop
pushing
down to
ES
2
so much
lots
here?
ES here, and maybe NQ.
Oh, Meta's probably pushing ES.
I'm dropping down to 1 lot NQ, 1 lot ES, or 2 lots ES here. So my trade is pretty much done at this point. The rest is just up to the market. See how everyone's go. I think we could be primed for a breakthrough here. Just a broad overview for you guys. We had this balance, came down, tested it twice. We pretty much failed the downside extension. You can see on the profile here, the 5-day rolling. Went back through, held it higher again, and then held it higher again at the next distribution. So I would say 2 distributions mainly. Traded this one, pulled it back, as expected yesterday. Where is it going to hold? Don't really know, but it could be here. It was here. And I think because it holds here and it's building, now it's overlapping volume up here. There's enough interest, I think, now, especially after what the market did downside here, for us to go through and maybe hit 30,300s, or at the very least, get to this swing, which is close to 30,100. We'll see how this runner is. ES, I don't have a high time frame chart in view, but
Yeah, all-time highs. That's all we need to look at.
or anyone that looks at a daily too. NQ's daily is that 3-bar reversal pattern that I love so much. And it's stemming from here. Oh, I deleted this during my session yesterday, but this is huge spot here to hold after a break, and they did that yesterday. Could probably just leave this out now. But yeah, daily on ES, NQ looks really good. 4-hour, really good close we just had. Everything's looking bullish.
All right, guys, let me share my plan. And Katz, you might remember this from your question yesterday. I talked on the afternoon stream, I talked how if we pulled back into the daily bull bear zone, that we could get buyers to show up, and we did. So I actually got long last night on that pullback because it was just, an easy, it wasn't easy, but it's the bull bear zone line for the daily range that we're in. So the first pullback is a must buy. Now for today, the idea was that if we can hold again any pullback into the bull bear zone, which is, the 650, 800 area, that we can push up into the 980s prior day high and consolidate. We're seeing that right now. If we can form acceptance at prior day high, then we can get a push into the 30,200 area. If we fail, we can continue to consolidate here and then just dance around this 800, 850s area. If we come back down lower, I still like the 670s, which is still part of the daily zone. So I can't get too bearish unless we really form acceptance there and then break lower to then go towards like 500 area, prior day low, but what I'll be looking for is if we can form acceptance up here after this push and then see higher prices, go with ES. If not, then NQ is most likely going to consolidate in this range as we have been since yesterday's push, or since yesterday is really 11 a.m. Pacific time. So we shall see. And I might just trade the IB strat today unless we have something clear here. I did miss that morning. What was your entry in NQ?
I don't remember what my average is, but I'm in the 820s. My last runner here is at 823. So I'm all the way down at the lows. My ES is at, I believe, 3 ticks off the low.
Yeah, I was looking for a
75.90
long
three-quarter.
run, the same area, 810s, but my desktop app wasn't working.
Yeah,
That
it
would've
was a
been
really
my
good
trade.
opportunity. So I think because I like the entries so much for the broad idea, the bigger picture. I mean, you guys can see I'm at the bottom of that prior hourly candle that closed really strong. So if it comes back 120 on me on NQ, hey, it is what it is, because we're looking forwards for another maybe 150 or even 400, 350, something like that. So I don't want to give up these seats that I have, especially, I mean, the trade's done. Like I said, I've peeled off all my size on NQ and ES at this point, down to 1 on each. The rest is up to the market for now. So we'll see. They did get my second ES runner on that pullback that was trailing, but I have got one left all the way down. Same with NQ. So yeah, we'll see how they go. Any reason I refer to hourly? I mean, I think you always have to have a high time frame view. I'm not sure exactly what the question really meant, but you gotta have a high time frame view. I mean, I look at all of it. I even have 15 minutes, 5 minute, 15, 1 hour, which is where like pretty much all the work is done, the homework, the prep. And I have a 4 hour and a daily for any just additional reference. Just quick glances. Why the 1 hour, not the 4? I have a 4 hour up, but I can only do so much with a 4 hour and a daily, right? I look at it and it is what it is. I have these daily profiles. It's how I do my work, but in terms of candles, a 4 hour candle is a freaking 4 hour candle. You're not getting another one for another 4 hours. Just as long as things align. Right now, we got a really good 4 hour close. I mean, I don't have it on here for you guys to see, but if you look at Wednesdays, we had a really bearish. Let me just show you guys on here. This move was a really bearish 4 hour candle and a really bullish one. And so this one actually printed for me as a test of that bullish candle, and it closes all the way back up here. So it's a 2-bar continuation sequence, which, was like, okay, market, let's get long with that. Let's find it. Let's drill down all the way down to, the order flow, the 1 minute and stuff, and try to get long. And that's as much as I'm going to do with that. Same thing, like 5 minute. They're glances for me. Profiles and price don't look so squished on the 1 hour like it does on the 4. Yeah, like with the 4, what am I doing? I'm a guy, you can see it. Like I'm out of my trades and maybe in 30 seconds. Like my core position is probably off in 30 seconds or a minute. And by 5 minutes, I'm probably down to a runner or the trade just hasn't worked for me. So what am I doing waiting for 4 hours kind of thing? Like I'm a scalper.
Stopper, guys. Okay. Don't ask him about the 3-month chart. Come on. Okay. What are you doing talking quarterly here?
I only pull up the quarterly chart like 3 times a session, No, I don't even have volume profiles outwards of 30 days rolling. Like because I just won't trust it anyway. If we come back to an old spot we haven't been to for a while, to me, it's kind of like, all right, market needs to prove to me that it still thinks it's a valid level to trade off of. And so I even if I have it there, I wouldn't trust it enough to do anything. So at some point I was just like, let's just remove it. If I'm not going to trust it, I might as well remove it and have the market give me new information at that spot. Wow, what was I going to say? Were you not concerned longing below yesterday's big node? No. I don't know if you were on that segment yesterday, but I did mention that we're likely to pull back. But I think the better money is on the longs from wherever the market's going to hold the bid, because I think it's going to hold a bid somewhere versus trying to short. And I mean, I think it was a painful session to trade yesterday. If anyone was trading, I didn't touch it, but yeah, we just had to see, okay, or I did, where's the market going to bid on this pullback? And I marked out this distribution here because on the way up, there was some static and they pushed through, and you can see that there's pretty good interest here. So this does have some implications, I would say more so than this distribution, because if we're trading down here, now to me, we've not only lost this, but also this. So this is a decent spot to see if it holds, and it looks really clean on the 1 hour. If you didn't get on initially, which I mean, it's 3 a.m. over here. There's no way I'm even on the charts. We got a second chance. The second thing that kind of gave me that patience to not feel like I needed to get higher prices was ES in the morning. You can't see it here, but ES's profile as it was running up, the bottom was really heavy. I didn't find that it was a likely low, a probable low. I wanted to see them trade it again, and they did. So they put in a much better excess down there, and that's when I started to get long ES. So I got long ES first. Then I waited for NQ to hold a little higher, start dealing higher, show me that, okay, now they're not as interested in dealing that bottom range anymore. And then so I just got some on NQ after and let them ride. But that was my thing. It wasn't about this node. It was waiting to see if a bid shows up anywhere, and it could be here and it could be even here, but preferably here. And that's what happened. So I marked this also anticipating that it could go lower down to this node, which happens to be last week's value area low. But I would like to see it hold this, come back through here, and then hold through here. So this zone was always my reference. Even if it broke through, I would like to see it come back into it and through it. It just happened to hold here. I hope that makes sense. Anything Goyle related is paywall. I won't talk about it here.
Hi, Terry.
Goyle invite only.
Choppy, choppy.
Yeah, super choppy up here. A lot of supply. Saw that yesterday too. Yes, looks a lot weaker now. I'll close these out. So all out for today. Not sure it gets any better than that for me. So that's my day.
Yeah, I don't really want to trade this, but I'm going to have to for the IB strat. For the other account, I don't know.
Yeah, deep. I do ignore the number of trades I'm taking, but I'm very aware of what I am doing. A lot of people do the whole X amount of trades thing. I just do a time thing. If it's been like an hour and a half, if it's been over an hour, and my P&L isn't exactly where I would like it to be, something ain't right. And I'm already like, yeah, that's about it. So I do like to keep my trading really light, regardless of P&L. It's either I'm on a good trajectory for the day, or if I'm not, like it doesn't become a let's dig out thing. It quickly registers to me as you know what you like to do. You're gonna do it this. You're gonna do the same thing all the time, but the market's not going to. And if it's a little difficult right now, it's because the market's not giving you the environment for you to really make money in. So what are we doing here? What are we trying to push for? So I always use the hiking analogy, right? You like to go hike, you like certain trails, and then one day you're hiking, you're like, maybe 30 minutes into your hike, you're like, this trail is kind of fucked up. So some people be like, nah, I'll go home, try a different trail tomorrow, something more enjoyable. Some people be like, you know what? I'm gonna try it anyway. They fall off the cliff and die. Surprise, surprise. That's how I always see it. So it's how long have I've been hammering away at this market? If it's been an hour, like what has that hour been like? If it's been like an hour and a half, what has it been like? If I'm like legit still trading full on for 2 hours, something ain't right. And it maybe sometimes it'll improve, but most times it won't. And after you do it long enough, you start to realize these things. You are hiking a really fucked up path right now. Best to just turn around.
Turn around.
So it's more, yeah, less how many trades I've taken, more how long have I been trading the current session. I don't trade long. And I'm quick to hate the trade. So one idea could be multiple trades if I'm just pulling myself out of them and stuff. I don't like to hold on to heat.
My plans for entry point. Do you mean where would I look to enter this? I'm interested in longs because we back tested the daily bull bear zone that I talk about, like 700, 800 area. So to me, this can be a neutral to higher structure. So unless we lose like 670, 700s, I can't really get too bearish. So if we pull back, we already did have a pullback right here and it got bought back up. So I see this more as a range, but it's kind of choppy. So I don't really want to engage. My A plus setup was around 810s, but I couldn't take it as I had platform issues, but that was it right there. I did trade the first back test of that last night. Or was it? So this is the back test of that. I missed this, so I bought this pullback. I did buy it for the IB strat as well, but it took a stop. So then on my other account, I got long here and I closed it up here. So that was the late Asia session. And then in 9 minutes, we have the IB to close. Let's see how that goes today.
How many days back do I look on the 1 hour chart for nodes? I don't know. Well, I don't want to load too much onto this platform, so I'm not sure how many days we got, but I'll guess like 30. But yeah, I have rolling profile, 5-day here. Usually I like to keep a 30-day rolling too, so you don't have to go too far back.
Was the 810s a 15-minute wedge reversal? The 810s was not a 15-minute. It was a 2-minute 9 MA reversal. Are you talking about it right here? That was a 2-minute 9 MA reversal here with my usual 9 MA reversal entry here, my stop at the lows. This was going to be my trade this morning.
Well, I didn't even realize. I'm looking at chat and realize everything just collapsed back down to the lows.
Chris, why market manipulation and don't go our strategy on Wednesday and Friday? I don't know what you mean by that.
How long did it take you to one become consistently profitable, to be confidently consistently profitable?
Turn around.
That's always a hard question because most of it was prop first. I had
Hey,
great
Jose.
success. I had great success trading prop, but I can't say that like that's a consistent trader because when you blow up your accounts, you're just losing your cost basis, right? And the payouts are much larger. So I had great success, but I was still like losing accounts and stuff. And then eventually it becomes a game, right? And but at some point I had made enough and then to fund a bigger personal account. And that's kind of when it started. Luckily by then I was good to go. I was confident in the system. But at that point, I can't nail when I became consistently profitable because it was like a lot of it was prop gaming too. So if it weren't for prop, I don't think I'd even be on this network right now. I'd probably not even be trading. Too much money.
Great success.
Mm-hmm.
Very good.
I'd be losing too much money at some point. I'm like, yeah, that's enough. That's enough of that. Guys, you feeling manipulated does not mean it's the market's doing. Yeah. The only manipulation traders are doing is to themselves.
I'm manipulated. Did you just
Like who's
manipulate
doing
me?
this? And you look and it's you staring back at yourself. You're the one.
All right, let's see how
Oh,
the
that was
IB
long before
spread
Lucid,
does
Naughty
today.
Fish. Apex was the big. I mean, if you knew what you were doing, Apex was paying uh, copious amounts of money, ungodly amounts of money, and then TPT as well. But things have changed, you know. That money machine is gone in the prop space, but it's so much better now. The quality of the product and getting your payouts. Back then, you got to pray for those payouts, even if you've earned them. But if they pay you and if you've done well on like a gazillion accounts, hey,
Oh, what happened to crowd? A-Lab hurt. All right, so just chop. Can I explain why my entry would be around 810? I did touch on that, my friend, but let me go over that quickly here. So I talked about how this 700, 800 area was the bull bear zone, right? And essentially, I want to buy in an uptrend. We're in a sideways structure, but it's still bullish. I want to buy pullbacks into support. So that 700, 800 is that area. Now, if we come down to the 2-minute and look at the pre-market action, this is that zone right here. So, and my strategy says I want to get long the 9 EMA reversal. So you have your lower low, lower high. Why is this acting like this? Okay. Attempt at a second lower low creates a lower, higher low, and then the 9 EMA triggers a reversal. That is my go-to reversal setup into support because it means that the 2-minute downtrend, the 2-minute 9 EMA downtrend has ended into the second lower low attempt. And the reversal is me buying a 2-minute reversal on a higher time frame support area to capture the move back up. So that's why I wanted to buy 8/10. And you can see that we tested that again, we bounced, so it's still support, but there's really nothing for me here, right? I'm either a mean reversion trader or a directional trader via 2 setups. This one being my mean reversion setup, which is at support or resistance. Well, I have a bullish buy. I have a neutral to bullish bias because of the overall daily structure. So I want to deploy my mean reversion setup into support. And not in the middle here. There's nothing here for me. So then my directional setup, it's the wedging structure, right? This is when we form acceptance at resistance. But that needs to develop up here at resistance. And right here, we're in the middle. So you see how at the moment, there's nothing for me here. But for the IB strat, there may be something. And then maybe I can engage. And ES is right. I mean, I don't want to say it's right on their all-time highs, but a quick push will take it there. So that's just another reason I cannot be bearish.
Yeah, this 1 hour candle held pretty much to a halfway pullback.
Yeah, and the prior day high.
Good. It's pretty good.
So this is, I mean,
No
this is
excess
a long
up top.
ES.
This could be when they do it now.
Actually, you know what? Let me actually see if I can buy.
Also, Josh Platinum, that is funny as hell. A lollipop. It's true. Yeah, those days are over. Honestly, the Apex gaming days are long behind us. But what a time it was. If you could have done it back then. It was a big reason why I really had to dial in my scalping because of the trailing intraday drawdown and stuff.
All right, so I took a long in ES on the reversal off the prior day high 75.90s zone. I don't know if it'll work or not, but while that does its thing, I'm going to be looking for my IB strat. And I'll tell you guys about it once it closes here. Would there be a setup? There would be a setup. What would be the entry? $911.75. $911.75. $912.75. $7. Okay, so my strat, the IB strat triggered fast here. 843. My stop needs to be at 843.75. Let me do this. I gotta focus here, guys. Start new.
How do I view the overnight trading when
8.
with just 50K volume they move ES? I just don't trade overnight. If I do, it's more swinging-ish. Like if I think something's in a really good spot. There was a time, I don't know, a month and a half, where I was doing NQ and gold overnight because they kept landing in really good spots on a high time frame. And the order flow can only take me so far overnight because it's so thin and there's just not much of it, that I'm leaning on structure. I'm using just volume profile analysis, using the 1 hour charts for gold and NQ, and picking the spots and that I think the market will make choices at. It makes a choice and it's either good or it's bad. But other than that, yeah, I don't trade Globex. For an order flow trader, it's pretty difficult.
All right, so I got long the IB strat. I gotta set up my OCO orders. I'll answer some questions in a bit. So I gotta put my stop 29,844. This is 8. Sell, where's 2R? 2R is at 30050.75. Limit is going to be 4. All right, so what I'm doing now is I'm putting my OCO orders for the IB strat so I can get automated now. So far, I've put in my 2R order. Now I need to put 4R and 5.5R. So this is going to be 2. This is going to be 4R is at 30188.75. Well, what happened with ES?
With everything. What is this?
What the hell? Okay, I had to. Why can't I get out? There's still 2
Velocity
contracts
logic.
that I can't get out. Now it got me out. What a POS.
Okay, that's
So
interesting. Trump tweeting ceasefire is over. So the market just sells the hell out of itself. Ceasefire, peace, the peace tape talk is still taping. Now it's peace tape, peace talk over. And at some point it'll be peace talk back on.
all right, so I gotta see how that played out because there's a lot of slippage there.
Yeah, those events will always produce slippage. Sometimes you can't even get out. I had one instance where it instantly dropped 60 against me and I still wasn't out. And luckily it came back up to my entry and I was able to get back out. So lucky.
So I was only able to get out 2/3 of my trade, but the other quarter or the other, I would say 3/4 of my trade to get out at the correct stop, but the other trades did not. 2 contracts out of 8 did not trigger, and I took an additional loss on that.
Yeah,
So I'm gonna have to review that.
Craig knows the peace talk tape for sure. Sell the market. Peace talk is over. And then hold on, no, we're cool again. I was just in my feelings. And then it's new highs. Actual posts, we have agreed to do so, but the United States has stated to them in no uncertain terms that the ceasefire is over. Well, they traded down to that distribution again, and turns out there's still buyers that are willing to buy that distribution. Who would have thunk it?
All right, so I got to figure this out, guys. I'm probably not gonna be looking to trade in the next 20 minutes.
Yeah, in those events, it's really hard to get out of position.
What's the damage on slippage? Let me see.
Trump better send me a new eval.
All right, I gotta see what the fudge. Where is this? Okay, so this was a long. The entry was at. Stop should have been at. Where should the stop have been? $29,843, 29,843.75. I had 8 contracts. So my usual risk is 1150. Let me tell you guys what the actual loss was. That does not look good. 29,730. So I took an additional 112 point slippage.
Wow.
My stop was at 29,843.75. I got 3/4 out at 842, so only 1.7475 slippage. But the last two contracts out of 8 was 112 point slippage.
Oh, so it wasn't on all of the contracts,
No.
luckily. Yeah.
Not bad. So instead of -1R, I took a -1.5R.
Whew.
So only an additional 0.5R more, which is not bad, but yeah, it's not bad.
I would say that's a really blessed situation that you got out most of it.
Yeah.
These events like Velocity Logic, it's insane.
Or else would have been like 3R.
Almost impossible to just get yourself out. Everyone's trying to get in the exits. There's not enough liquidity to fill anybody.
All right, not bad. We can breathe. But that will happen, guys. You know, it will happen. And they will not be. But you know what? It'll also happen to the upside. So you can't really be mad about it. Like, how many trades have we been in? And you know, whatever president's on says something and it shoots up 200 points.
Right.
You'll take it, right? So you just have to be okay with it because it'll happen on the upside too. Same with swing trading. How many gap ups from earnings, from racing, you know, targets? It's the same thing.
That's the thanks Trump. That's the legal manipulation. And then when it's against you, it's I hate you, Trump. Illegal manipulation.
Yeah.
There's legal manipulation and there's illegal manipulation.
Chris, it's so refreshing to get honest and transparent streamers like you guys. You take the hits on the chin and actually talk about it. Yeah, no worries. Look, like drawdowns happen, right? Losses happen.
Yeah, prop firm payout says that was nice for me. I was short with limit buy orders slippage in my favor, but sorry to hear that. Yeah, so he got the legal manipulation. You got the illegal one.
Yeah, that's true. I gotta focus on my swings now, see what's going on. Okay, that's doing okay. That's doing okay. I mean, markets, I mean, on the day trading side, it looks like a lot, but if you go to like stocks, it's like, oh, it was very
just
little.
A blip. It's just a little blip.
But because we're just day trading these micro movements, it, you know, feels like a lot, but in reality, it was.
How come you guys aren't shorting this for a reversion back down? Two things. I'm done trading. I've made my money. Secondly, I am not bearish biased. I mean, you can see on my chart, I have a zone here and we're trading well above it. And we're holding it after repeated taps. Why would I throw the, well, yeah, it wouldn't even make any sense for me to not only throw the whole plan away as it's still doing what I expected it to, but to try to get back to where I think there's support. You know, whether or not it goes down, nobody knows, but yeah, it's two things. Yeah, I'm done for the day and I am not really bearish biased.
What's my plan? I'm going to take the trade again per the rules. Slippage will happen. Slippage has happened. Slippage will continue to happen. I have a profitable strategy, so I must execute.
Yeah, for Rhino too. Try your best not to fall into like what the news is and what you think the market's going to do about it after the fact. let the market tell you what it's going to do. So everyone's more like, oh, news is bearish. Now I gotta focus on being bearish, while the market, the order flow, the price action is telling them otherwise. That's how you get into hot water. So just the news will always be the news. Be very neutral about the news, good or bad, whatever. It's just a headline. Watch what the market's doing about it, and you'll get your answers. I remember when I first started trading, it was like right in COVID when it was starting and everyone's getting into the options stuff. And the complaint was always, oh man, it's so annoying. Good news is bad. Bad news is good. Or bad news is good. Good news is good. Everyone's just hanging on to the news and forcing their beliefs and expectations on what the market should be doing in regard to the news, while the market is already showing you what it thinks, and you're ignoring that because, well, the news is bad. Why are we going up? And so as a day trader, you need to become like just super neutral about it. The market's going to tell you what it thinks. Just listen. Liquid flow, probably for the better. See ya, man.
More.
Have a good weekend. What up, Alex? Good to have you back. DEI Friday, baby. Yeah, I mean, Pand L trading. You say, yeah, anyone can say what they want about ICT. I mean, I make my jokes too, but he's repackaged price action into a concept people can understand and live with and trade with. And yeah, I think it's a net positive. Might be blasphemous for an order flow trader to say, but as long as it helps people process information to make money with,
1725.
it's fine with me.
All right, so I took long, but I did smaller size because of the outsized loss on the first trade. And this there's a two trade rule limit for the IB strat, so this will be the last trade for the session.
MG trades, yes, it would. A break doesn't mean price trades through it. A break means price trades through it. I see volume building beneath it and no longer building into it and above it. So
wait, what the fudge? Why did
a retest showing that, yeah, definitely take it to the short side. Yeah. Is it rare for you to have days you don't take any trades? I would say so. If I'm actually trading. Yeah, yesterday I didn't do anything because I didn't even turn on my charts until trade the close and it wasn't doing anything. So easier for me to do so. But yeah, as a scalper, it's easy to find your way into things. So yeah, well, 2020, everyone's kind of just miserable on the internet, especially when it's trading related, right? I think the game beats everyone down so bad that they're miserable and then they push that onto others. Very rarely do people peddle positive things. They're always peddling negative things. One, because probably they're just upset all the time that someone's, seemingly getting away with doing something scammy or whatever. And secondly, it gets the engagement. They'll say they hate reality TV show, it's garbage television, but on Twitter, they love it. It gets everybody going. So I just don't care about that stuff. I think if you're making good money trading, why are you so bothered about everything? And then if you're making good money and someone calls you a fraud, what's the issue? It doesn't mean they're taking it in their hands, into your bank account, pulling your money out. If someone says you're fraud, whatever, the money's still coming in. Who cares? Well, it's different when you're selling something. It's different when you're selling something. So yeah, I get it. But if someone were to come on my Twitter, I've been called sim trader fraud like a bunch. I mean, it's on my YouTube too. Doesn't bother me none because the money doesn't change.
I I am trading Lucid, but I'm doing that for the Asia session now. What I'm doing what I'm getting ready to start doing is for the New York session, I am going to be trading this strat, but for the larger swing account. It just makes more sense for me to put more money behind this strategy. Yes, I did get long again. There's a 2-trade rule limit here, and it triggered again. Whether I like it or not, or whether I might be scared. I mean, I'm not scared, but some people, can be scared or have fear of losing money. But, I have to continue to take it and only judge it when there's like a sustained drawdown, but there really hasn't been. It hit new high watermark. Yeah, it hit new highs.
It's the damn job.
At the end
if
of
it's
June.
Still there, you got to do it. Scalpers often good at taking long trades. Like long-sided? I don't know. I don't know what that means. But the market is usually bid, so I guess. It's a lot harder to break a leg up than a leg down. So scalping longs is probably much better.
All right, so I got 6. 2R is at 30.24. We'll see.
I've been trading with ICT concepts since 2016. I can confirm they absolutely work. He has changed the game for me. Yeah, I mean, I'm glad to hear. Honestly, if that's the case, just keep doing it. I have my opinions on whether, God came to him, gave him the strategy, got kidnapped by the government to code something, and then they said, trade live money again and we'll kneecap your entire family. I have reservations about that, but the concepts are the concepts. They work great.
Yeah. Why does the market exist? Oh gosh, I don't think it's the show for that.
It's for the lulz. Markets exist for all things. It's not just stocks and futures. Everything is traded. Houses, cars, watches, toilet paper, speakers.
Getting crunk at. I'm not going to be doing much. I'm watching the doggies. I'm home alone.
You single father, huh?
Single father this weekend.
Single father.
What are you going to get into?
This weekend? I never know. My wife tells me what we're doing. Is there music on the stream? Someone said I hear music. I sleep too.
I heard something. I think production's
they're cooking right
playing
now?
with their drum set.
Just them on the other side mashing. He's like, ooh, play that one. I really like this one. Try that one out. It's Friday. It's DEI Friday, guys.
DEI West Coast Fridays. I hear it. That is from the stream, right? Yeah.
I have my own music, so I don't hear anything. Let me put a pause on this and see what's up. Oh, that's kind of like some lo-fi or something, huh?
I think that's just them with their own drum set.
It's like, these guys aren't taking any trades. Let's just hit the drums for a second. How do you guys feel about it, chat? You guys like the music or nah? You guys want silence in the stream? Or Tracy said no. Yeesh. Okay. Look, oh, guys. All right. They suck with the drums. Got it. There won't be an NT live band. We got it.
Yeah, nobody likes it.
The all caps no's are funny. Hell no.
Not much to do.
There's one
here.
guy like, I like it. Everyone's like, boo, I hate it. One guy's like, I kind of like it.
Oh, Jesus, look at Crocs breaking out.
Honestly curious, do you think we get to that news low? Oh, like retrace the entire thing back down? Yeah, anything's possible because at this point, they're very indecisive. So I don't feel like there's much of a decision that's being made here until the market finally makes one. And we're just like in the middle of it all. We're in the middle where, all right, do we actually gain access back into the main auction that was happening before the news? Or is it going to be rejected and we're probably going to retrace it if it is so? It's just that decision hasn't really been made. So,
All right, looks like I'll probably take a stop on the other trade here.
yes to the vibes. Go short, XY. No, thank you. I tried a prop firm's Asia session. Awful with music, bad
we're doing a
commentary,
whole
and
lot of
March. Ooh,
nothing.
jeez. I don't know if I was supposed to read that out loud 2020, but I'm sorry you experienced that.
Do it, Shab.
I've never seen Real Housewives, so I don't know what that looks like. But I guess I'll find out.
All right, it's coming from my stop here on the second. I got to update my journal. All right,
I know a lot of people in chat
loss on the second trade.
want to sell it.
Strat is done for the day. I got to update journal now.
Yeah, chat wants shorts. Chat wants a big sell. Well, I'll tell you this, someone bought 119 lots at 824 NQ, so if he keeps trading against him, you might be good for it. Seahorse, yeah, we're getting a little seahorsey. It's a little seahorsey.
Man, crowd got hit back down.
Seahorse yesterday. Barack 70 says, honestly, you guys got so much to say. Keep talking, but also stop talking. Look, I'll give you a little insider info since maybe you're new here. On this network, I am known as the stupid man, so be careful. Careful what you're journaling. 。 I've been
Oh,
called
that's
stupid
meta.
countless times in the chat. Crayon lines. Yes, thank you. Thank you. He says, "Hello, DEI Fry Guys. You're both very handsome and entertaining. Thank you." Hit
Hey,
the likes if you think
yo.
so. Crayon lines. What is this chat today? It's Friday, you know? It's Friday. Well, I mean, I think I think that the trick is look, he got featured on the thing. Hey, beautiful comment. Much appreciated. But yeah, I think it's maybe a little spicy to say, but it's seemingly easier to make money in the markets when you're small braining it versus big braining it. No Bass Pro today. Maybe next week. Yeah, Lauren M. I put on real chill music too. I can't trade in silence. It just feels like you've sat down with a purpose that needs to be fulfilled and you're just like seeking trades out versus just having a chill environment, music, and it's more like I'm just sitting here in case the market gives an opportunity. It's a better mental framework for me versus
Oh,
sitting
yeah.
in silence and it just feels like, all right, I'm here to work. Let's work, you
You better work it.
know.
What?
Hey, they can play that.
Yo, this is nothing but chop. I mean, unless you're short.
I know there's a lot of short sellers in the chat, so I hope they get what they want. If you're long, you're probably stopped out, I'm guessing. So now we root for the short people in the chat. I'm long and cooked. I don't mean to laugh, but that's kind of funny.
Yeah, there's not much here for me. Action is not the best.
Oh, weekly playlist? No, I gotta paywall that for sure. Barack, you listen to Juvenile while you're trading? How's it going for you? That's a spicy choice, Juvenile. And I know you're old.
Dude, his Tiny Desk concert
He did a Tiny Desk concert?
was
When?
popping. Yeah.
I forgot Tiny Desk was even a thing. They're still doing it.
Yeah.
That's funny. Juvenile on Tiny Desk. It's kind of crazy.
Wait, no, not Ju. No, he was there. Was it his?
Yeah, someone just said Rhino says Juvenile Tiny Desk is fire. What?
Yeah,
Oh, so
his.
Barack be bouncing it while he's trading. It's just he must have a good chair.
Dude, it's you should watch it. It's just an hour, or just put it in the background.
Oh, I know. I'm definitely gonna I'm definitely gonna put it on. I didn't
Their
even know he
outro
did a
song,
Tiny
which is the
Desk.
most popular that we know of, is it was hidden. Brought back many memories.
I mean, that song, like even just the intro, if you're just out and about and you just hear it, it's like the the spirit just takes over. You know what I mean? It's like I forget what we're talking about. I need to go do something right now. And everyone just runs to the dance floor. You know what to do. You know what to do.
Man, many memories.
That's how you know who's old too. When the song comes on, people start looking around like, "Oh, you're old." I know you feel it because you're old. Lil Kim, Tiny Desk.
Who?
Lil Kim.
Oh God.
He was like the original,
Oh,
what,
T-Pain was
before the Nicki
probably
Minaj's and stuff.
T-Pain was probably good. I know everybody's gonna be listening to Juvenile today now.
Yeah, it's probably getting like a massive influx of views right now. Like, screw this stream. I'm going over to the Tiny Desk YouTube channel. Like, stop that background music on NT Live. I got my own. Short Kings. I meant short sellers.
Weak remains weak. We're at the IB low. ES is way below the IB low, but the range is still small.
Yeah, I saw Anderson pack. His was really good. But he's got insane talent.
Maybe a flush here.
Okay, shorts in the chat. It's your time.
See what I do with these trades here on my swing account. And they're just not doing. I think it's mostly software that's coming down. Yeah, software's getting hit today. Semis are actually holding a bit better. Banks are flat. Google
Clown Show
down.
Apprentice. I tried to play some music in Jim's basement before. They made a soundbite out of it.
Yeah, market's not. It's okay. It's just software's pulling NQ down now.
Alex, you're still frozen? You gotta do something about that, man. Maybe restart the whole thing or something. Feel like you've been frozen for a while. Am I listening to music? I'm always listening to music when I'm on the charts. Yes. I will not sit in silence on the charts. That just feels like bad things are going to happen or are probably already happening. Not good vibes. Yeah, oop, my bad. See, that's what happens when I try to play the flute, man. Smart Trade Paulo. No, it's probably not good to say, but I don't give my ideas X amount of like numbers of attempts as a rule. But after a few, you can already get the idea like, yeah, the market doesn't agree with what you think right now. Um, and it's also because that I like to take the trade-off even before it's invalidated. So sometimes it's because my entry wasn't the best, and now the market's telling me that, and I need to take the risk off and then reassess. There will be times where, like, say I've tried it twice and I've taken the stop, but it's not invalidated. So on the third attempt, I'm going to try to get greedier and put the entry at like the high or the low of that range and see if I get filled. So that at least now, like, look, if this one doesn't work, I could just leave it alone. Because at least this is a good entry now. And if I'm wrong, I'm just gonna, hey, forget it. So that's kind of like the push and pull of price risk versus confirmation risk. Confirmation risk might put you in, not that good of an entry. And if the markets are not already moving as you're entering, it's going to be pretty painful for me, at least. So I'll take the trade off as soon as I can, for a loss. So yeah, it really depends. When I'm trading with confirmation risk, it's got to be working like pretty soon, if not immediately. And if we're still like chopping that range and I still think, the idea is intact, I'll now move it to the edge, my entries to the edge of it, see if I get filled. And if I do, at least now I'm in a prime position versus trying to anticipate, all right, now they're going to go, now they're going to go. Because that's how you just kill yourself, even if in the end it was totally valid. I don't have earphones on. Through speakers, you just can't see it because the filter is really good on this thing. How many accounts do you blow or liquidation it, real and prop? Because I on a grill right now.
Oh, what?
Yo, he's saying he's cooked. He's on a grill right now. That's pretty funny. How many accounts have I blown? Sheesh, I can't even count that high, honestly. I can't even count that high. I don't know how. So many, and that's why I say without prop, even if I were to have made it to the other side without prop, I don't know what my strategy would even look like because props existing allowed me to try everything, so many things, to actually give it a real try because there was some skin in the game. Even if it's an eval, there's skin in the game and you can try it, see how you operate with it. Does it match your personality, your emotions, your mental? And I was able to take the things that I liked and worked for me and let go of the rest through lots of trial and even more error. So evals, even fundeds, yeah, there's like a huge graveyard. Huge, massive, insane, actually.
Wow. SMDK green? Ooh la la. Very nice. Nice pop here. It was here. It was NT. Come on. Is what I'm trading here live. What do you mean?
I've blown over 450 accounts on Apex, about 10 on TPT. No, that's light work. It's light work compared to me, buddy. Not to encourage you to blow more, but I've done way worse than that. I remember I was on stream with Kane, and everyone was talking about TPT spend, and I had Kane teach me how to look at how to find out what my spend is on TPT through that like dashboard thing. And it was like $60,000, guys. $60,000. That's just on TPT. I
Ooh,
spent more on Apex, yeah, than TPT.
you spent
So you
60
guys want
grand
some
on
transparency?
TPT?
There it is. Like, that's a lot of money.
You were blowing through them, bro. How much
What?
are they like? Wait, were you buying like the higher tier, which are like $300-500?
Oh, I'm only by like Apex
Or I don't know what
TPT.
TPT accounts have, but would you always go for like the highest
Yeah, I'm
balances or
always
do like the
150.
50K
Yeah, well, in the
accounts?
beginning, it's like the 50s. And then it's like, nah, I'm going 150, 150, 150. And with prop, like when you're I don't want to say gaming, but when you're like deep in the prop and you're trying to gamify, yeah, it takes money. It takes money because the drawdown isn't much. And I want to put that out there because a lot of these guys, you know, they'll say I got a gazillion dollars in payouts this month. Who has ever mentioned their spend? Who ever? Right? 100K this month in payouts. Making money is easy, guys. Keeping that shit is hard. Yeah, it was like 60 with TPT. Kane was like, "No, don't tell them. You don't have to tell them." I'm like, "I don't care. They want to know, they can know." Apex was even more. I don't know what it would be, but it was even more. But man, what a time. Apex paid so much. I made like definitely the most with Apex. And then next was TPT. Next is TPT. It was a great experience for me.
You know what's funny? I see what's up, KTS? I see a lot of these prop influencer traders or like just prop traders. I feel like every week I see them have a new challenge at a new account. Like every single week they're just
and it's only like, hey, I got this payout, got this payout, got this payout. And no one ever spends money on accounts. They just get one and they get payouts forever.
no, not even that. It's obvious that they're losing the account and starting a new challenge to pass the account the next week.
Mm-hmm. And that's kind of the game.
Repeating that. Yeah, there's just not.
You push through evals, you get to fund it, you get the payout, but the payouts are always high and they're frequent because, you know, it's extreme leverage. So it's really different from trading cash. And you always got to ask, like, why not just trade cash, right? Or to me, it became a point where, okay, look, I've gotten paid an ungodly amount of money from props and especially Apex. Let's just try my first, and thankfully, I never had to like replenish. I had my feet on the ground pretty firm by then. It was like, all right, let's dump 100K of this into a cash account and let's see how we do. And I got to tell you, within 2 weeks, I was like, I'm never going back to prop again. This is so much better for my mental. There's no hamster wheel of eval funded, eval funded, eval. You're stuck, funded, payout, eval. It's just like no more rules, parameters, this, that. But it's different, yes, because I was able to fund a sizable account. But if it weren't for like that amount, I'd still be doing prop, right? Because the leverage is just so great for what you're spending. Your downside risk is capped. But trading live is like I don't know, it feels way more free. I don't have to care about much because there aren't targets, consistencies, minimum days trading. Dude, guys, man, back in the day, we had payout windows. Doesn't matter how you've done, what rules. If you're not within that window and it's like a 5-day window, you're waiting another 20 days. Can you imagine that? So that was what we were dealing with. Now everyone's got it good. You've got daily, you've got 5-day, you've got no minimum days, just consistency. Like the path to payout has never been easier. Back then, the payout amount was almost infinite, but the path to it was, oh my God, compared to today, it was almost impossible. So it just felt way better going on cash, coming from all that.
Straight up, make this push. I think you took out IB loan, failed breakdown, bounced back up. And where was that wick low? That was that 760s area I talked about. No, 670s.
670s.
Right here. And it's still part of the NQ, still following the plan here. Pull back to 670s. This is scenario 1, bounce and consolidate. And we're literally doing that. We're just chopping around between support and resistance. Right? That's all we've been doing really since yesterday. Chop, chop, chop. So scenario 2 would be if we can form acceptance at prior day high, I'll look for long. Acceptance at 670s, look for shorts. But this is a great day for a scalper where you're just going back and forth.
Chop, chop, chop.
Yeah, amped trades. Yeah, I've been seeing your stuff on Twitter, man. That shit is killer. Honestly, killing it. And honestly, there's such a great feeling like with with the NinjaTrader app. You make money, you could just go into that app, process that withdrawal, and it's in your bank. Like it's sick. Or at the end of the week, you made money. I just go in the app, bam, money's coming out.
Have a good weekend, cats. Thanks for tuning in.
Cat's thoughts. Have a good weekend.
Yeah, always good to see you here. Chris,
Inferno.
stop dying for it. What did I stop dying for?
Inferno says, I think most prop firms leverage most of the CRM-based accounts. I don't think the live accounts are truly direct with brokers. They wait for their other front-end accounts to profit before getting paid. Well, Inferno, you can choose to believe me or not, but that is entirely false. They are direct to broker. They are truly live market accounts, and money in and money out is controlled on broker side, and even FCM side, and then the broker, and then the prop. So it is as live as it gets. Yes. So choose to believe it or not. I find that when someone has an opinion on the internet, they're going to ignore all else. But I can tell you I would say I am a reliable source on this. They are direct. It's a broker. They are live. Yeah, Fisher trades. So he says I feel much better and confident when I trade my own capital versus prop. Me too, because it eliminates the whole like, oh, I gotta make money today for a trading account or a minimum days thing or this or that. And every trade just matters less. Weird to say, yes, but you don't hang on. I don't hang on to every trade anymore. It's just, hey, this is your equity curve, and that's that. There's no other parameters to jump through, and it's just more peaceful. But it's different for everyone, right? Not everyone has the funds available to fund a large enough account to trade with versus a few $100 or $100 to potentially get a four-figure payout or a five-figure payout. And I get that because I was there too.
Damn. Software's getting rocked today.
But you need to give credits to props. I don't know if anyone gives more credit to props than I do. I literally say multiple times on streams that if it weren't for prop, I'm not even here right now. So yeah, my account started at 100K Apex money.
Wow, Nvidia popping back up.
Yeah, Josh, that's true. You don't believe it's truly live? Wait till Globex, put an order in the book, take it off, put it on, take it off, and you'll see that it's real. Oh, well, amped. It's a little different. Earlier, Chris got slipped pretty bad too. And I was saying how a couple weeks ago I got slipped for like 50, 60 points, but luckily in the span of like that 1, 2 seconds, it snapped back towards my entry and I was able to get out then. But even on a live account, it gets pretty dirty because you need liquidity on the book to fill you. And when there's some algo shit, new stuff dropping, the book is empty. It's a ghost town. No one's filling you anywhere. So it does get a little scary. Happened to Chris earlier. Probably more prone to happen on prop accounts, I'm guessing. If I were to start prop now, it's definitely Lucid. You'll never hear me saying anything else. Chris is on Lucid.
Yeah.
Is there a leg to leg app like OFL but free? I think soon. Leo's working on it. Leo's working on a free leg to leg for you guys. How soon? I have no idea. But he says soon. Take that how you will. Good luck, TX2 Stomp, maybe that's how you say your name. Good
Yeah,
luck, man.
new journey, huh? New journey for him.
Yeah, honestly, I as a newer trader, even my own friends, great friends for 20 plus years, I tell them, dude, you got to start with prop, man, because I didn't have it like that. There weren't props like this. There weren't many actually, and they sucked. My own money, and that sucked. That really sucked. Implications were too big on each trade. Um, and then prop alleviated that, gave me that capped downside risk so that I can stay in the game, learn, try this, learn, try this. What settings on tape reader? It's just attached to this 1 minute chart. Nothing fancier. Heats 007, you'd probably have to do your own research to determine what's best for you, but I think everyone in this chat could probably tell you Lucid is a much better option than Apex at this point.
So far, balanced day. Do I always highlight the high at the low of 630 and the high at 730? No, that's just the IB high and IB low. Well, are you saying Pacific time? Because that's what shows on my chart here, right? That's what you're looking at, 630 to 730. That's just the IB high and IB low. Right back up. ES is about to make a new high in Q2. So that slippage was for nothing. How dare it? See, and then people were saying too short, like it's a neutral to higher market at the moment. Like shorts can work, but it's the higher time frame structure is bullish.
Bear Algo. Appreciate that it helps because they were a pain in the ass to make. So if you guys didn't know, yes, I have a free playbook and some YouTube videos out there.
Yeah, SNDK on fire today. Yeah, it's just hitting new highs. My TP was, well, really 76.26 to 30s. Next area of resistance in ES is that area. 76.30s, and then all-time high at 76.48. I mean, we're moving our way that way. Unless we lose like 75.40s, we're moving towards all-time highs in ES.
String Bean, yeah, thanks for hanging out, man. I did, for anyone that didn't know, I did a segment here on NT Live yesterday called Develop Your Edge. It's a follow-up to my first. And we did a lot of Q&A. Both times we did Develop Your Edge, man, my mouth is dry as hell after just from yapping for a whole hour. And yeah, anyone who was on, I gave that plan out just for expecting a bid for higher prices. It's overlapping now and there's not much excess, so I'm expecting higher, at least it'll swing still. Looks like plan is still intact from where it needs to be here. And maybe they can get to that swing and maybe, I don't know, maybe they'll squeeze it to 300. Who knows? The plan was to look for longs. Did I ever try moving from fund to live? Of course. You don't get to choose. They'll just move you themselves. Ah. Someone says, you seem to be more price action candle oriented than average order flow trader. What is origin of that, if I may ask? That is very interesting because I see a lot of confluence with Chris. Dude, yeah. I could say I'm an order flow trader, but even in the playbook, I start by saying I'm more of a hybrid trader. Price action is hugely important to me, hugely. It's a chicken or the egg. Do I take the order flow info first or do I take the price action info first? I don't know. It really varies. Sometimes it's this, sometimes it's that. But price action is hugely, hugely important to me. And I will take trades because the price action showed me something first before the order flow. And by price, I even mean bar by bar. On a 5-minute, maybe I see a bar close or a 2-bar sequence that closed in a way that will prime up a trade for me. So
You can talk.
no, Lumi can't talk.
To stop it.
Hello, guys.
Good morning.
If I were her, I would have
Morning.
just came on and been, hello, hello, hello.
Hello, hello, everyone. Long time no see.
How are you guys doing this morning?
Oh, Chris. Great
I
question.
was shorting in Q from 915 with TP at 700. I mean, probably can't see my screen, but I was shorting right before Trump opened his mouth. It stopped me out at break evens and immediately went to TP. So that's only trade that took break even on NQ shorts.
Yeah, I don't think anybody won anything in that moment. I was having a really nice time. I was jamming. It's Wu-Tang Friday. Happy Wu-Tang Friday to those who celebrate.
Did you
And then
just
all of a
get
sudden
that
I was
long
standing at a Velocity
on the
Logic
retest?
event and I was like, oh, okay. Oh, okay.
Oh, nice. Long.
Yeah, it's okay. Man, am I glad that stops exist today.
For some, for Chris, it semi-existed.
Do you get skipped? That sucks.
Instead of 1 R, I took a minus 1.5 R. So it wasn't bad.
All right.
Most of his position got taken out, and then 2
Yeah.
stragglers.
That sucks.
The other one did go to like 112 point slippage.
I was not. No, I was. I was in an NQ trade. It came back. I gave back 110 points on that. It was very dumb.
Oh, so my slippage is what you. Oh no, you gave back. I thought you meant-
Stowe took your money off from your trade. That went to Stowe.
I needed that exit
Directly.
liquidity to get out.
Yeah. What
Oh.
the hell's Chris's 2 lots? I need that right now.
At least
Yeah.
it's between friends.
That was dumb, but market's got jokes on a Friday. So now I'm long from 85-ish. I tried it. I'm just scalping off of this thing. This was, I mean, when I zoom out from the ridiculousness of that candle, we just went back to weekly VWAP and bounced really cleanly. And I had these 2 levels that I wanted to be long above. We reclaimed 76. I didn't really get another chance at it, but once we were above the +1 and saw some bid up here, I just started to get back in. So it was really good, then it was pretty bad, and now it's okay again.
What a ride.
Yeah, it's not the ride I wanted for Friday. That's for sure.
Would you
That does
say
crush
it's
a lot.
ominous?
Man,
It's not what it seems.
it's not what it seems. What did he say? What happened? No,
He
I don't
said,
care.
"Peace talk over, man. Miss me with
Over?
that." Yeah, he said, "Nah, man, we back." But on Sunday he'll be like, "Look, I was tripping.
And
I
then
had to take a weekend to cool off. We're cool. We're cool."
He wants those
I,
midterm votes.
I didn't have my Snickers. Sorry, everybody. I mean, it happens to me too. I get hangry. Everybody gets hangry.
You're not you when you're hungry, you know?
You're not you.
So let's see if ES can bounce towards 76.10, 76.12 area. And around like 30,000 on NQ, maybe even 30,100 today on NQ. So I was looking for this level this morning.
Yeah,
But
same.
looking, yeah, 76.10, 76.12 is my key level on ES. I honestly don't have level higher for today, but we'll see.
I will say that this previous day close to overnight high NQ seller definitely deserves Bear of the Month award. I'm going to start giving that out now. And so this month goes to the 960 guy. Congratulations. You were relentlessly annoying. You made a very stupid high, and then you got a bajillion points out of it. So, Baron, if that was you, good work. How's the chat doing? You okay? Did that suck for the chat?
I don't know. Chat seems pretty okay. It seems
All
like
right.
shorts made money, longs made money.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah, there it is. I am cooked stuff. Oh no. Oh no.
Sorry. Sorry,
Oh,
Jose.
I think Legend Algo was like, he's asking me questions like, I'm on a grill right now. So he's being properly cooked. He's well done.
Okay. Fair. Been there. I
Blew my shit. I don't mean to laugh, but I don't mean to laugh, guys. But dude, these comments are funny as hell.
this seller is doing something now.
Yeah,
ES trying to break below 10 AM open, and Q still above this level. So NQ looks more bullish to me than ES now. So let's see. Honestly, it's really hard to short because like damn. We already hit like important sell side liquidity level. It failed to take buy side at 29,993. So maybe to retrace back to, I don't know, like 29,900 and we'll offer another long. But I don't know. This morning we respected daily open, New York midnight open, 10 AM open. Short was quite good and I would say obvious. But long here, I know. Probably I will stay away from longs and shorts. Only trade I expected to get today was retracements 20% of weekly range on yes. This happened. Most likely it's gonna be chops the rest of the day.
If this previous day close holds, we're going to 9 billion on NQ. We're going to
Whoa.
yeah, it's gonna
Everyone,
be
move your
crazy.
TPs up right now. We're on a 1 billion to 1 R trade.
I don't know. Yeah. I'm definitely hate long NQ at the moment. So, but I have stops in very safe places. I'm being way more careful with that than I ever would before because that was a really annoying spike down. But
Hold on. Legend Algo, you're on a grill in a good way?
oh, like he's making hamburgers
He
or
says,
something.
XYZ, don't lie, please. I'm on the grill with some sauce with orange guy. Is that good? That's good, right?
I don't know. Um, I was really happy with how I recovered out of that, though. It was that was a big slap in the face, and I was like, came out of it nicely. So I feel good. I've been working on that. You down with OPP? So peace talks over before the weekend. Okay.
SPX doesn't really have room to go higher. So that's why I question big move up today on ES. But once again, another 10 points higher, maybe 15, totally possible.
Yeah, I think that if it's going to go, NQ is going to have to drag it with it. It's just we are on the other side of that. We're trying to be on the other side of that seller right now. What time is it?
By the end of this month, Tracy, 24 million bet.
Peace talks for the weekend? Yeah, for sure. Yeah, Craig already let us in on the scoop. He said Sunday. Sunday we peace talk.
Sunday at 5:55 p.m.
Yeah, Trump just needs he need to take a little weekend, do a little bit of golfing or something.
It'll end by midterms for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Sheesh. All right. Stopped in profit. It's fine.
Never thought I'd hear those words.
I know.
From Stowe. What is
Wow.
that?
I know.
What is this?
Did
Freaky
you move
Friday.
Your stop loss?
Oh, yeah, man. I moved it big time.
Crazy.
I know. I don't even know who I am anymore.
Nice hat, by the way.
Oh, thank you.
If you know, you know. Chris, you recognize that hat?
Not
Guess,
Doyle.
I guess not.
I don't. Why? Is that something California
That's that
based?
country club we were at in Naples.
Yeah. This is my favorite hat.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Chris is like his gears are turning.
Is
around.
this
He's like,
this where they thought I was applying for the dishwasher?
Yes. Yes.
No, that wasn't Naples. I mean, that wasn't the country club. That was where we
but it
were
was
Oh,
staying.
yeah. That was the hotel.
That was literally the hotel, dude.
Oh, racism. We can laugh. I would have made such a scene, Chris.
DI Friday special. Oh yeah, that was, guys. Yes, in case you didn't know, Chris, we were upstairs, and it was a whole thing, cocktail hour, and Chris comes up to us. He's like, "Dude, I just got approached by the staff. They asked if I was here for the dishwasher interview."
I was waiting for the breakfast burrito at the little cafe, and then the kitchen manager comes out. He's like, "Are you here for the dishwashing interview?" I should have said yes, and I should have just gotten to work.
Should have taken the job, man.
Dude, that's what I'm saying. Just go with it. Go with it and see how far you get.
I don't know how.
And then make a video.
How I was dressed was properly for an interview. I was in gym clothes.
It wasn't how you were dressed, man. I don't know if I could say it on air, but it wasn't your clothes.
It's like, you're the only brown person here. You must know how to
You
wash
gotta
dishes.
be. Yeah. We've been waiting for you all morning. Where have you been?
Chris,
The dishes are piling up.
I don't know if you know this, but as a dishwasher, I've had many dishwashing jobs. There's no dress code. So it would not be unusual to just roll in there in sweatpants and still get the gig.
So, huh?
It's also required that you
dishwash
be
guy.
a little stoned as well. So
Yeah.
Big
I
dishwasher
should have just
guy,
bought that restaurant. How many R's is this worth? I'm gonna buy you.
Or you could do one of those videos like all the gurus do, like you quitting your job. Like, man, I've been a dishwasher for 5 years and I finally made it in trading. Watch me quit my job live.
Yeah.
Well,
watch me buy this restaurant and close it.
Maybe there's rejection back down. We're just from IB high to IB low.
And queue at the open now.
Hey, but how about trailing stops, huh, Stowe?
Dude,
There's something special.
talk about this. Yeah.
I don't, yeah.
It's something new for us.
Yeah. I don't know why I did it. I don't know what happened, but it
Something
happened.
just took over your body.
Yeah. It was just like, hey, man, that really sucked to give back all those points on a Friday. Why don't you go ahead and trail this? Say no harm in trailing it. You got 20.
You know what would
you got
really
20
suck
points
going into
on.
the weekend?
giving
Yeah,
up all of
exactly. That
this.
is what I was thinking. I was like, seems like you're trying to ruin your own weekend right now, dude. They're gonna push past this open? I don't know. It was a bid.
But probably I'm gonna change my mind. So if NQ gonna break an 830 level now with displacement, it will be short to 642. Let's see how big risk if I'm gonna put stop loss at 10 a.m. open. Well,
Are
not
you in a
not
trade
bad.
or you're looking for a trade?
I'm looking for the trade probably here.
A
I mean,
short?
not now. Yeah, if it's gonna break 930 a.m. open, since CS just did this, I'm consider short.
Lumi, don't short this. I just bought it.
Short
Just
not
yeah,
valid yet, but yeah,
just
I will
help.
consider this.
Consider longs.
I mean, I
There
don't
must.
know. I'm not interested in long simply because yes, approaching like possible high of the day for me. So if it's gonna break 9 today, I'm open on NQ, I will short. If not, then I will not take any trades today anymore.
So you want NQs
To
open
break
to
8
break
today.
for the ES trade.
I'm not gonna trade ES, but if NQ is going to break below 29,800 today, I will look for shorts with stop loss around 10 a.m. open and target at 640.
NQ, okay.
Yeah, NQ. Not valid yet, but I may consider this trade.
Well, there was a lot of buying on that pullback. I don't know. So angry, so grouchy.
Someone
missed-
asked if lucid flex can be passed for 1 day. No, it's 50% consistency rule. You cannot pass for 1 day.
Too fall the time. It's about halfway back on that. Brooklyn #1. Okay. Well, we're gonna try it. Who knows? We
What
can
are you
if we can
trying?
crack this 880. I'll be happy. If not, whatever.
Are
I'm
you
also
long or
trying
something?
to get 30K one. Yeah. I bought 848 after we rejected the open.
You know, it would be pretty cool if you put your chart on the proper one for the audience.
Sorry.
Just a suggestion. You don't have to do
Have
it.
you been watching? Have you been watching me stream? Because
No,
this
I just looked over because you said you're doing something. I was like, what's he doing? And then I was
this
like,
little
looks like nothing.
this happens every time. Whatever screen is not the screen is the screen that I get in a trade. Yeah. So
X-Files music.
I don't know. I mean, it's possible that the chat is a jinx. I'm not
It's
trying to hurt
not what it
anybody's feelings.
seems.
ES kind of pulled up in the middle of nowhere there, so I didn't feel great about getting back in an ES trade. I wanted to see like 80 would have been nice.
Yeah.
He's beginning
Yes,
to
it's get the
believe.
daily open, by the way. Swap daily open and trying to reject. Same for NQ. Expected 9:30 a.m. open, cannot break above, trying to move higher again. Once again, I'm not interested in longs anymore, so we'll just stay away.
Was that Globex open right there? At like 86 on ES?
Yes.
That's what you mean by daily open?
75, 87.25.
Okay, cool. I gotta put that back on my chart. I used to have Globex open on there, but it just got too busy. I'm gonna I'm gonna fix that this weekend. All right, here I come. Stop and profit again.
Good.
Everybody likes it. All right.
Pay yourself.
I know. I'm a change. I'm a
This is
change.
crazy. This is so crazy.
I'm a change man. I don't know what's going on today.
Wait, so you would before be at at whatever area price may be, and you'll let it come back down to your stop?
Yeah, look at this. Like I bought 67, and then I did get slipped. Okay, I got out at 34. That's where they finally filled me on that stop. But yeah, I bought 67. I bought 867. It went to 958 before that candle, and I finally got out at 835. I guess they let me out of there.
But you take any partials before that?
Yeah.
Okay, so
I scaled out of everything but one lot.
Oh, that's not bad then.
Micro. No, I don't just let the whole thing roll. I'm not a complete sadist, but I'm a micro sadist.
I do that for swing trades. I'll let it come back down because I'm trying to capture like a 1 or 2 week move.
Colin Patton, I just traded a cash account, but Lumi's here. You can ask her all the prop questions you might have.
I trade prop too, but Lumi knows more than me.
Don't
FYI.
ask Stowe anything.
Yep.
He just learned how to trail a stop.
Just today. You too can learn new tricks. Don't be afraid to try new things, guys.
Life's an adventure.
Why is XY teasing me today?
My bad. I'm just bored,
All right, that's fair.
I got out of my trade like 2 hours ago almost. I'm just bored.
Yeah, Jim's not here today, but I know that in his heart, he feels that I put that stop in profit, and he
felt it somewhere.
Rejoiced.
Wherever he is now, he's like, wait a minute. Something is different.
Max Fowle's music just plays in his head, and he's like, oh. Thank you, Mr. Monopoly. Be nice to Stowe. Appreciate you.
My bad, Stowe. Hit the likes. Hit the likes if I'm an asshole, guys.
Like and subscribe for more evil XY.
Things are not as they seem. Wow, that thing's running, Stowe.
Yeah.
It must be the hat.
I do love this hat. It makes me feel like I don't know, like I went somewhere cool one time. Yeah,
high class.
Yeah. This is my golf hat too, so I don't
show off.
Yeah.
Like, what's the hat? So, just a country club,
Yeah, it's just you wouldn't know. You wouldn't be able to get in.
You wouldn't get it.
You wouldn't be able to get in there. It's a play. I could tell you where it is, but I don't know because I got there in a weird bus. Yeah, I got there. They took me for a ride in a bus with a stripper pole, and then basically some guy just told me to tuck my shirt in all day. That was my time there. But I did.
Oh, that's right. So you gotta at least tuck that shirt in.
You can't take me anywhere.
So what would you like to drink, sir? Can I get I don't know, 18 beers or something? Very classy. Very classy.
Yeah, well, what are you gonna do?
Country club dishwasher.
I don't know. It must be like my OCD or something, but I always loved every dishwasher job I ever had. It's great. There's something extremely zen about being in the middle of the chaos with a nice system.
Dude, your hearing must be shot. Rock bands and dishwashing.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It's really bad for sure.
You ever wear any ear pro in there? Like,
Yeah. I do now, but I spent a long time
okay, well, you
not
old
wearing.
now, so
Yeah. I spent a long time not wearing earplugs, and
you know what's
I
funny?
I will pay the price when I'm older for sure.
I brought I brought ear pro to Coachella. That's how you
Smart.
know. That's how you know somebody old, man.
I don't even know what that is.
Coachella?
No,
Oh,
I've been to plenty Coachellas. What's Ear Pro?
in the bang bang world, you call it ear pro for ear protection. So I don't know, ear plugs, ear. They're not really ear plugs, but yeah. But
Yeah,
yeah,
the rest of the world knows them as earplugs.
you gotta.
You can get the shitty ones that are like just the foam that you plug in there. That's like your first line of defense.
Right, I don't like that.
No. Anymore, they have special ones that you can. I have ones that cut specific decibels, so I can still hear like higher end stuff, but it cuts it in half. So that way I can still discern guitar tone. Because that was always why I never wore them when I was a kid, is it's like you work on getting your guitar tone awesome, and then you put earplugs in and you can't hear anything. And it sucks. You sound like you're playing through like a shoebox.
Yeah,
But as it turns out, as you get older, you start to care about your health a little bit.
yeah.
And you're like,
Hearing
I'd like to hear for the rest of my life. That'd be cool.
your ears are very important, but then it's like you learn a little too late.
Yep. Only took me 5 years to trail a stop. So I
Hey,
don't
it's
know.
something.
It's
You know?
something.
Yeah, we're just ping ponging. Ping pong.
Bear Raider, I spent like 15 years, maybe like 18 years playing with Mesa Dual Rec. So I've always had Mesa Dual Recs. I cut them so they're 50 watts, but that's a tube amp. But now I play with an orange combo that is solid state, but it replicates a tube so well. I don't notice the difference, and it's a lot easier to travel with because it's less fragile. Other bands can borrow my gear, and I don't have to sweat about it. That sort of thing.
Not really doing much. I mean, unless you're scalping or you have a shorter time frame approach.
Yeah, world's meanest balance day so far. ES looks better. There you go, NQ. Be somebody. Don't let this previous day close guy win. He's already won Bear of the Month.
What a long man.
Thank you.
Nice trade.
Thank you. Thank you. I don't know if that's the end of it right there. It might be. Higher time frame stuff, we're trending up as long as we're up here in the top half of this range.
So let's pick your brain a little bit. At what point does this start to trail or does it not? Or
Well, so I put it in profit. If we get up here, if we get above, if we go talk to previous day close and it still wants to buy, then I'll put it up here. Or if I add, then I'll trail it up. But again, I'm very new to this process. I've only been doing it for about 45 minutes. So I don't have a lot of rules. I will put it there, though. I'll put it at 980. That's fine. Let me see. Let me see where I'm at. Let's get my bearings. I'm feeling a little discombobulated. All right. Yeah. So this is the problem. This is the problem. It's been the weekly open this whole time. So we're just grinding around this 925. But if we can bid above this, I want to get to 30K 95, 30K 90, we'll call it.
That swing high, right?
Yeah.
But if we go there, we could probably get to 300 and then 9 billion, was it?
Yeah. But ES is partying, and these pullbacks to 77 and 80 were good because we're in the upper cloud in ES on both the monthly and the weekly, even though this is an annoying piece of balance. So I don't know. Everything was aligning for me today. As long as NQ can hold above its weekly open, which is here-ish, where they're putting in a very nice bit of volume, then I think NQ can go higher. You should drag ES with it. Or we just sit here and close at 7,600.
VIX back to lows. Yeah, this is a sideways to higher market. All-time highs type of market.
So hourly candle's about to close pretty nice.
I don't want to see this guy refresh up here. Knock it off. Previous day close. He's
They'll
doing
move
it.
him. They'll move him. They'll move him. They'll move him. Chris is on a yearly chart.
All right, so I'll come up here. That's a big trail. That's a 50-point trail I just did.
Wow.
I
Look at
know. Be proud of me.
that. And you're on the right chart.
Yes.
Hit the likes, chat. Hit the likes. This is crazy.
The other day, someone said they couldn't see my position tracker and they didn't think I was really in a position. And so I made the thing as big as it could be.
You enhanced it?
It gets pretty big. It can be half the screen if you want it to be. The
Enhanced
text.
the hell out of
I
it?
enhanced it, yes.
Oh, what product is this? Is this micros or minis? And you enhanced the hell out of that part.
Here it is. Enjoy.
Jim's gonna hate that he missed this.
Handshake theory, my
You're gonna have to
favorite
watch
pirate.
the replay just to believe it.
Yes, he is. My favorite pirate of all time is Willie Stargell. Thank you for asking.
All right, Chris. Chris, get us the hell out of here.
Time to go.
Oh, guys, it's that time.
That's all,
Right.
Chris. You know what time it is.
Yep. Dasha, Stowe, enjoy your session. All right.
I
You
will.
guys in
Thank
the
you.
chat.
Thank you,
Have
brother.
a good weekend.
Good
Bye,
luck, guys.
Swag. Bye, Chris.
You guys take care. All right.
Good luck.
I
See you,
will.
chat.
All right, Dasha. It's time for the good
I
time
hope
for
it's
Good
gonna
Vibes
hit
Friday. How you
yeah,
doing?
I hope it's gonna hit your TP, but I'm not interested in longs. But
That's
definitely
okay.
looks good.
You just root for me. It's all we need. We need every amount of positivity in the universe to get up there. We just need 100 more points.
I would partial at 29,986. Just saying.
I know. There was a pretty big seller up there too.
Not this one, 86. It's a key level for me.
Okay.
Once again, on yes, I would like to see 76.10. I won't see this morning. It failed several times. I would like to see push towards that 8 a.m.
I want to see 76.10 as well. I had 12.
And 12, yes.
Yeah.
And highest level on NQ is 30,100. I guess it's Monday high. Yeah.
Big Jib, how do you guys handle having a hot hand? I don't know what you mean. Do you mean like like winning a bunch of trades in a row? Is that what you mean? The best way I handle a win streak is I don't know, lose and remember that that's usually what happens. I just remember that like I just don't get too excited
Yeah,
because
same.
yeah.
I don't think about this like at all. Today is the next day, new day, new opportunity. I don't think what happened yesterday. If it loss, win, whatever. Keep trading your system.
Yep. You got to earn it every day. That's what I've been telling myself. You got to earn it every day. My target is 30K. I think 88. It's pretty far. It's up here.
I love it.
86.50. It might take all day if it happens, but I will also watch to see what happens at 30K. Or I get trailed out if we get back into value. If this isn't gonna trend up. But
I was sitting on longs yesterday for like 4 hours,
yeah.
5 hours.
Oh. The market has been brutal in a lot of ways to me this week. I feel really I feel like I put the screen time in. I cannot wait to get
4
outside.
hours.
I really cannot wait to hang out outside and just not look at a chart for the weekend. You doing anything cool this weekend? Willow got really into fishing, Lumi, and I'm a little over my head, by the way. I needed to catch you up on that. So
We have like same weekends every single time.
all right.
Lots of classes. For kids, yeah, maybe we'll go to the pool, but then it's so hot here.
Yeah.
So have to wait for, like 5 p.m., 6 p.m. to go outside.
We got to go fishing again. We've been fishing every day. I think I've been fishing 5 days in a row.
I mean, I'm not fun, but I know lots of people enjoy this.
I don't. I don't at all. And I also don't know what the hell I'm doing. I know. Yeah.
That's funny.
So we go. This is what happens. We go, and there's other people there at the pond in our park.
Mhm.
Everyone around us catches fish. We catch nothing. And so I'm in this. I've been trying to figure it out. I worked on it last night. Got a bunch of fishing tips from Claude. So I got some new stuff to try. I'm gonna get some night crawlers. Yeah, man, she loves fishing, Barbs. It's crazy. But once she figures out that she likes something, she wants to do it every day. So this is the new hot thing. There's your 86.
Stuck here. I love it. So we can get some sort of pullback, but once again, definitely not going to be reversal. So if I wasn't this long, I would just partial here.
Well, it was a good high. Now they've turned it into a poor high. Thank you, Lumion. Yep, I did. I got a sinker on there. So it's just barely underwater. The
I
other
read
thing I'm
news.
worried about
Oh,
is when
sorry. You
no,
can
that's
go.
okay. I don't
You
know.
first.
I don't know what to do when I catch the fish, by the way. Uh, I have a pair of needle nose pliers, but I'm a little concerned about what happens when I actually catch the thing. I'm gonna have to figure out how to get a hook out of this, and I imagine this is gonna be a horror show, and Willow's gonna decide that all of a sudden this isn't a good idea. What were you gonna say?
You know, I read news, I guess it was on Monday or Tuesday. So couple, they were like young, 20, 25 years old, don't remember for sure. So it was in Florida. So they went to the park and they decided to swim in the pond in
Okay.
Florida. So
Ugh.
obviously alligators were there. Like,
Yeah.
what did they expect? Like, my main question, you're in Florida, you decide to swim in a pond. Like, what did you expect? So she's not alive. So she's dead.
Oh
Because
God.
crocodile, it's alligator. He ate her arm. She lost lots of blood because of this. She died, but one dumb. Like, what people, like, I don't understand. Like, adult people swimming in a pond in Florida. So what?
Wow.
I mean, that's crazy.
Did they like just get there? Was that their first day in Florida? Did they just not know?
I don't know, but dumb. She lost her life because dumb. People seems like lost their brains like long time ago. I know, just like maybe it's like new generation or something like this.
Oh,
They
it's
kind
that
of-
for sure.
They kind of stupid. Sorry for this, but dumb. They don't
Chat,
have logic at
Dasha
all.
said it, not me, chat. Finally, somebody
Sorry
else.
about this, but
The truth hurts, Zoomers.
because I saw the video yesterday. American, it's like woman, she's 50. She has like 17 years old daughter, and she was recording the video saying like, my daughter decided to unload dishwasher and put this like on the place, in the right place. But
Okay.
she did not notice that dishwash dirt. It was dirty. I was like, what? Wait a minute. How's it even possible? And when she asked her daughter why she did this, she said, I was super tired and my dad asked me to do this. So he didn't say it needs to be clean. I was like, what?
So technically, she pulled it off. Technically, she did what she was supposed to do.
I was like, damn, Dasha, it's okay. It's okay.
That's funny.
I mean, it's funny about them. That's crazy.
Yeah, Cooper, the future is in their hands. It's true. But luckily for me, I'll be dead because I'm old. So it's perfect.
Knowing my parents, I'm not sure I could sit here now because of this. Yeah, that's wild.
All right, here comes this guy.
I would say it calls gentle parenting, which I don't appreciate at all.
Yeah. I like to do a hybrid. I do, like, I'm a pretty gentle parent because I'm always trying to just like figure out stuff
I'm
anyways.
not.
Plus, I think what Willow does is hilarious, so I just like to let her go because it's pretty funny. But I am not a helicopter parent, but I am always watching. But I won't step in. I will watch it go down. But I will watch. So I'm kind of helicoptering. I don't know. Does that count as helicopter parent? I'm not sure.
So I'm not gentle parent 100%. So I have belt, I have shoes, just in case something is going to go wrong. And if I'm going to count until like 1, 2, 2.5, still nothing changed, then I have nice helpers.
That's cool.
Perfect belt, nice one, and shoes for this.
Do you throwing the shoe? Is that culturally how you grew up? Were you on the receiving end of some shoes?
Yep.
You catch a shoe back in the day?
But they know how to listen, how to think, how to use their brains at least.
Okay, Omni, yep. Flip-flops. That's fair.
At least my kid's gonna grow up without thinking like, I'm not sure about my gender when he's gonna be 20. So it's better to be like that. I hate gender parenting, and that's it.
I think I had a spoon. I think I had a wooden spoon in my life. No shoes, though.
My friend also has this.
It is a wooden spoon. I can see it. Yep. Very specific wooden spoon at my grandma's house. Boy, did I earn it, too. I never
play, guys. I don't play. I don't. Do I look like a person who plays? Nope, my friends.
Dasha, we're getting this new high.
There
she be.
76.10, 76.10, 76 to a common. I do like how we stuck at 1,986, but yes, definitely left room to go higher.
No new high on ES, though. Maybe they snap it off. We're trying to stack behind it. Let me see. Putting a ton in right there.
Finally took previous daily high level. Let's see if current 3-minute or 5-minute candle gonna close above previous daily high level.
All
so
right,
I don't want to see retracement after this. Just straight up.
Here's the DOM, everybody, so you can watch these orders get filled and executed here. So, yep, that's what I was looking for. Fill these longs, buyers step in behind them. Pretty squeezy. Okay. Still stacking it up.
Yes, approaching 76.10.
Yeah.
Nice.
I think I'm gonna take one there. Okay. Half off there.
Pay the trader.
Got 160 points, and there's only 100 points left on the trade. So I started to get upside down on my risk. Holding nut runner for 9 billion. But you see what I mean, though. Now, we got a lot of questions yesterday. I don't know if it was yesterday. I streamed a lot this week. We got a lot of questions the other day about large resting liquidity. I'm glad we had a chance to see these get filled live. So this was a good example of sometimes you have to watch what price does around these. And we got it filled up. As soon as these filled, the bid stacked right behind it and pushed higher. So now we have all these zero prints down here. This is partially why I took that one lot off also. We'll see if we can, and we're kind of tailing off up here too. So this is the spot to look for here and see what happens at this resting liquidity when they come back and fill these zeros. So this is where I'm going to watch.
Need another leg higher on a yes. Definitely can offer some small pullback, but I still want to see a bit higher.
Yeah. Watching for this stack here. Not really putting it on yet. We'll see if this 300 fills on the other side. And watch reaction. So we're testing this buyer now. And you see him stack back up behind. So we tested that. Stacked behind. It liked it for now. So that's how we turn resting liquidity into things that are actionable. Is let them get filled or not get filled. See how price reacts around it. See what happens when they get retested again.
What I'm looking for now, I'm looking if not a S&Q gonna stay above previous daily high level. If so, I don't expect to get deep retracement. Instead, I expect to get just straight up. So at this point, we need to hold, I would say, 950. So in case you will decide to long, 950 needs to be nice support here. At this point, like it's gonna, I'm not sure. I don't want to trade this long. Something like that. That area wants to stay above previous daily high level for this. Why I'm not interested in longs anymore? Because once again, NQ left room to go higher. ES approaching my possible high of the day level at 76.10. So I'm not sure if ES can bounce more, and NQ has enough power to push ES higher. So we will see. That's why I want to stay away from longs. Just not sure if this can happen on Friday. Definitely can happen on Sunday, but not sure about Friday. That's why I would try to just stay away, enjoy my day. I got break even before on my NQ short. I was shorting here, move at break even, then it stopped me out at break even and dropped to TP. So pretty much happy with trading overall today. Don't want to force any other trades.
Thanks, String Bean. Appreciate you, bud. Yeah, I'm trying to put up a relatively profitable week this week, which would be good. Get me out of this, this slump I've been sitting in. Somebody asked me a question about the profile.
Yeah, nice question about prop firm. But this question for you.
For me?
Yeah.
Are you sure you don't ask Stasha about prop firms? Because she knows a lot more than me. Oh, here it is, Larry. Hey, Larry, what's up, brother? Stowe, please help. Okay.
Well, that's fine.
I'm suffering prop firm burnout, chewing through evals. I used to trade live, but feel a compulsion with props as sometimes I get payouts, but it's doing me in. Okay. Well, good news is you've identified the problem. The first thing you should do is stop trading anything and just take a break from the desk, take a break from everything. If it's pissing you off, if it's making you feel bad things, it's gonna not be tradable. Like, you can't trade and feel like shit. You just can't. I mean, you can, but you're gonna suffer for it a little bit. So if trading props makes you feel bad, at least right now, just stop doing it. I know it might sound simple, but just don't do it. I have to take breaks too. Sometimes I feel like I can't book a win and I just need to walk away, and because it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy at some point. You just get in a cycle of, I can't win. I need to hit this goal, especially with props, because there are goals to hit and benchmarks. And for myself, I find that my mental suffers because I have a tendency to tie my self-worth as a person to the job that I do. I've always been like that. And that's a tricky thing when you're a trader, because being a trader is a process-oriented job, not a results-oriented job. But the results are easier to quantify than the process. So if you're not careful with your mental, you can get into a place where your P&L is bad. It gets worse because the more you think about how bad your P&L is, the more you feel like you need to make more money. And then you also start to feel bad about yourself, which creates self-doubt. And then that'll lead to things like poor execution, FOMO, etc. So best thing you can do, quit, stop, go outside. It's summertime. Just don't trade for a bit. Give yourself some air and then come back to it refreshed and reframed as like, what am I actually trying to do, etc. And then when you do come back, Leo gave me this advice forever ago, and it's worked every time I'm in a drawdown, is just take a base hit. If you take one trade and win, just be done. Just turn the screen off. Be like, nice, I got a good trade off today. Go do something else. And that helps rebuild the mental foundation of self-confidence that you need to execute.
And I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Were you, not for you,
Oh, damn it.
were you profitable on your live account? So what happened? So you decided to switch on your from your live account to prop account. What happened? If you weren't profitable in your live account, why you thought something is going to change on your prop account? Nothing is going to change. First, I highly recommend to be profitable on paper money account. Find consistency there. It's not a problem to trade paper money account, especially at the beginning of your journey. It's not a problem at all. So if you're not profitable on live account, you will not be profitable on someone else's account anywhere. You just need to start being consistent on your paper money account first. Build the system. FOMO will disappear once you have strategies that you backtested many, many times, that you forward test many, many times. So I don't have advice for you. Only stop trading props in the live account until you become consistent on paper money account demo. That's pretty much it. So yeah, nothing else will help. If you're not going to, if you want to read some books about psychology, it will not help. If you're trying to buy many courses thinking like someone will tell you 110% win rate strategy, it will not help.
That'd be
Please.
cool though.
Yeah. Yeah.
It'd be cool if one of those things actually worked, but it don't. Those indicators, they don't work, sadly.
Unfortunately. Build the system on your paper money account on your demo. Backtest, forward test this at least for a couple of months. Because without this, you can be lucky for a couple of months, but it's not for long term. So try to build a system, in other words, model. FOMO will disappear, and you will be good. That's only advice I can give you. It doesn't matter if you trade live account, evaluation, funded account. There is no difference.
I was thinking about this. Oh.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep. Gotcha, Anthony. Hell was I saying? What were we talking about? Oh yeah. I noticed this thing because I started to do healthy things. And so my algorithm changed. And now I get muscly dudes telling me about weightlifting all the time. And I get peptide stuff, even though I don't search for that. And the really interesting thing about the stuff that I see on the internet versus the actual science behind how to lose weight while retaining and gaining muscle sustainably is they're almost always for me, a healthy, sustainable caloric deficit is like 500 calories a day. It'll get me like a pound a week on average. Everything else that is being sold to you, at least to me with my algorithm, is at least like 1.5 to 2% body weight. It should be 2 pounds a week. It should be this. It should be this. It should be this kind of weightlifting. It should be this kind of sleep. It's crazy. So I think that even though I'm going to lose weight at half the speed, I have the best chance of improving my health in general, just because it's less extreme. It's going to take more time, and I'm going to be better at it the longer that I do it. And I was thinking about how we don't really, well, social media doesn't really apply this to the trading world as far as what you see, because you see people with quick instant results and expect that to be the norm. But even when you get those quick instant results, they often don't stick because you don't have the reps in there. Like, you don't have the patience baked into the process yet.
True. And by the way, you don't need to lose weight.
I do.
Really?
Yes. Yeah, I need to lose like 10 pounds to get, now down to 10 more, to get to a spot where I can get better life insurance. That's the real motivation. But yeah, I also needed to eat better anyway. And I've always hated lifting weights, but as I'm getting older, I need to do that and not just run. I love to run, hate lifting weights. So I'm forcing myself to lift because, you get older, you lose muscle. So, but thank you, Lumi. I also accept that compliment.
I mean, I saw you in person. You don't need to lose weight.
Trying to get shredded. Not really. That would be weird. I don't want to get to a place where I need to buy new t-shirts. That's really my only goal in life, is not to have to get new t-shirts ever. Yeah, Omni, what's the peptide analogy for trading? Like, you know what I mean? Like, instead of doing this thing where you just eat chicken and rice and count your calories and work out, you could do this other thing and it'll go way faster. Do you know what I mean? That's the analogy I was trying to come up with. Is it's in our social DNA now to be like, sure, I could do this and it could take 8 months to lose 20 pounds, or I could buy this drug from the internet and do it in 2 months. Nice. Nice, the Hans. Yeah, that's what I read. I mean, I read a lot before I started trying to figure it out. And it's like, yeah, this is really where you want to be. Just take your time.
Don't sleep at all. How old is your kid? I have two. First one did not sleep at all. Second one, fortunately for me, was sleeping well. How old is your kid?
Who, mine?
No, someone asked in the chat
Oh, okay.
how we deal with kids
Oh,
who doesn't sleep all night.
Dasha told you how she deals with when she's belt and shoes, baby. Those kids go to bed.
You got you. One is 1 year. They're super young, you know? I
Oh,
always
yeah,
say,
that's young.
I mean, it's kids. They still young, really little kids. So it's normal to wake up for them during the night because they still can be hungry. They need to eat every 4 hours, I believe, in this age. My kid's 5 and 7. So I went through this. And, you know,
Yeah.
I just realized this. I mean, I'm complaining about my kids a lot, saying like, he doesn't listen to me. He keeps screaming. I keep saying like, go to bed, and he doesn't want to go to bed. But you know, it's enjoy this. Enjoy this. You'll think about this in 10 years saying like, it was such a nice time to spend time with my kid. He didn't want to sleep. He wants to read the book. Read the book even if you're tired.
Oh,
If he
yeah.
doesn't want to sleep, I mean, it's fine. Read the book. Try to hug him. It's fine. Just enjoy this moment. I realized this, I guess, too late because I was super angry and mad at my kids saying like, oh, go to bed now. I'm super tired. I want to sleep. But at the same time, I mean, one day they will go to bed and they don't need your help anymore. So just, yeah, just enjoy this. I mean, it's hard. I know it's hard, but yeah.
Yes, 1,000% yes. Also, complaining about being a parent, that's part of the fun. That's as parents, that's how we vibe. That's how we communicate. It's the best. Willow woke me up on Wednesday at 3 a.m. and very nicely said, Dad, could you please get me 1 yogurt and 4 strawberries? I was like, what? What is happening? It's 3 o'clock in the morning. But that's fun. Like, you get to go get 4 strawberries and a yogurt, and she couldn't sleep. She had a bad dream. And so there's some cooking show that she likes. So I was just like, we can turn on this cooking show while you eat your strawberries if you want. It's nice. Sure, you're up at 3 o'clock in the morning, but like, that's wonderful. I wouldn't trade that.
Yeah, also I truly believe kids need to have schedule. So he needs to understand he needs to when to go to bed at 8 p.m. no matter what.
Yeah.
He was reading the book, he was playing with toys. Stop. Just go to bed because he needs to understand, or she, I don't know, like if you have a daughter or son, she goes to bed at 8 p.m. no matter what. She goes to, goes to eat normal at 6 p.m., 2 hours before they sleep. You need to have this routine. You need to have the schedule. We built the schedule from the very beginning with my first son, with my second son. Now they go to bed always at the same time. They play and eat at the same time. So they sleep all night, fortunately, but they big already. So I was waiting for this moment. I remember when I was crying, like, damn, please grow up faster. I want to sleep during the night. But damn, now I'm watching, like, keeping my small kids in here, watching, like, oh, they're so little here.
Yep.
I miss this moment.
Yep.
Yeah. Like, they're not going to be like that anymore. They're big already. I cannot enjoy this anymore. But yeah, build a schedule. You need to have schedule. You need to have routine every single day.
Willow's thing is, I want to practice my independence, Dad. And I'm like, no, I ain't ready.
Kids also need to learn how to put themselves to sleep. You know, that's funny.
Yeah.
So my kids, 5 and 7, they learn how to sleep without me, without sitting between 2 beds, just 5 months ago. Now just close the door and they can sleep without me. I don't need them anymore. But yeah, it took some time. I guess there is no like age when I need to learn how to do this. I mean, same with potty training. Like some kids ready for this at 1 year when they want like 1. Some kids ready when they're like 3. So kids different. So they will learn. Some kids do this early, some kids do this late. I was talking about this morning about my kids started walking when Nathan is my oldest son, when he was 6.5 months. Daniel, my second son, he was 7.5 months. They learn how to walk. Some kids like start walking at 12 months, 14 months old, when they're like 12 or 13 months old. Kids are different. Don't try to compare other kids with your kids with other kids. They will sleep. They will learn how to walk. They will learn how to eat and eat. Don't worry about this.
Yep. I like reading the book until she's sleeping. I don't know if I'm ever going to stop doing that until she kicks me out, frankly. She'll be 12. Nathan, I'll be like, you want to read Harry Potter? You know what I mean?
Nathan is 7. So he reads the book for Daniel. Daniel is 5.
Man, that's amazing. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, that warms my heart. That's so nice.
Also write about blue light. So try to turn off TV like 2-3 hours before the bed. So yeah, it's really affects them. That's actually a true point. Sometimes I need to cry. Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, like seriously.
This person says Willow is prepping you for boyfriend independence. Listen, I'm not. I'm not worried about it because that dude, as whoever those dudes end up being, they've got a lot more to deal with than I would have to worry about. So, he's gonna put whoever those dudes are through the most ridiculous ringer, and I cannot wait. It's gonna be awesome.
Yep. Guys, I'm not on trade. I took only one trade today. It was short and cube like 10, 15. I'm gonna delete this one.
Did we get to 10? No, not quite. Almost.
Also, she said it's a bit, it's kind of costing me health now, gaining weight. Well, so you need to find the help. And I truly believe, like, listen, it helped me, it will help you as well. First, try to ask your husband to sit with your kids for 2-3 hours during the weekend and try to cook like the food this 2-3 hours and try to freeze this. Healthy food. So you're not going to eat junk food. So just defrost this and eat. So I think your husband can help you 2-3 hours once a week. So you can cook food for the entire week. It will not be like problem for you. With 2 kids, I lost like 50 pounds, almost actually 60 pounds. Yeah, it was hard for me. I was waking up at 4 a.m. And once again, I had 2 little kids, 17 months apart. Yeah, I was doing some workout because I knew I don't have time like during the day to do workout, but I need to like look good. I want to have a healthy body, and I was waking up at 4 a.m. Damn, I don't even want to think about this now. But at 4 a.m. doing workouts every single day from Monday to Sunday while my kids were sleeping. And please, cooking food for 2-3 hours, like simple food, and healthy food. It's not a problem, I guess.
My favorite part about all the new health stuff is like counting calories has changed how I look at food entirely. Like I had no idea how many calories were in things that I thought was healthy and how many calories aren't in things that are healthy. Like it blew my mind.
Also,
I think
it's
everybody
like
should do
important
it.
to see, no, not only calories, but protein, carbs,
Oh
and
yeah.
fat.
Yep.
Protein is very important.
Dasha, I gotta get 180 grams a day. It's crazy. It's
Yeah,
work.
I need to like 110, I guess. So my breakfast usually 50 grams protein, 50 grams, like 60 grams. I always try to like eat lots of protein before trading. Then I
Nice.
drink like one shake. I got chocolate protein done so good. Another 40 grams and like other like extra for me. I'm getting like 100, 120 grams of protein, I guess, a day.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
I was not. And I feel so much better now. Like I feel completely different in the morning. I'm way less sore all the time. Yeah. It's really helped me out in so many ways. Yeah, I
Been
did see
seeing
some
this
order
from
flow to get
Stowe.
into this trade. It's not as significant as this insane amount of buying that we are seeing up here. So like these extremes look different now, but there was a bid down here and this did tail off at the open. It was also all these. So we got stuck down here. I tried to buy this and got stopped twice. I gave up on it, but was in an ES trade. There was a seller here as well, so I knew we were on the other side of that. We're also above the 30-second opening range, but I didn't see any delta volume profile stuff. There was a little bit, but it was more about the DOM. It also had a lot to do with what ES was doing at the time, too.
Yeah, fat is important. So you can eat like, I would say, nuts or even drink fish oil. Also have really nice supplements. But I
Ugh.
eat, yeah, I know it smells so bad,
I've
but
tried
you
it.
can, yeah, you can try to eat nuts in the morning.
Yep.
It gives you lots of energy. So I usually eat. I'm not sure if it's pepper. It's not pepper in the US. It calls farm cheese or cottage cheese. So I usually eat this during on breakfast. Also, I buy in Publix yogurt with like 15 grams of protein. Nice one, by the way. I add this to this farm cheese and I add nuts there. Yeah, it's nice.
Dasha, you know what I'm up to with cottage cheese? That's how I make my healthy ice cream, and it's so
Oh,
freaking
really?
good.
I
Yeah,
never tried. What
yeah.
do you do to this?
I eat healthy ice cream every night.
I guess
It's
you get you.
42 grams of protein, and I love ice cream. That was my one. That's my Achilles heel. But I have one of those Ninja creamy machines,
I got this
and
as well. Use just once.
dude, yeah, I use it every day. Um, it's cottage cheese, milk, and then you get sugar-free pudding mix, and
Uh-huh.
that is what creates the ice cream texture.
Mm-hmm.
And it's pretty much just those three things, and some salt, and then your protein powder, casein protein powder.
Mm-hmm.
And that's it.
Nice.
Yeah, it's so good.
I saw someone was trying to make ice cream with protein. I was like, it didn't look good. So I
It's
decided
good.
like to just,
I mean, it's not the same, but I really love ice cream, and I've been able to recreate like every ice cream that I love. So my current jam is pistachio with dark chocolate chips right
it's my
now.
favorite one.
Are you serious?
Yes,
Oh
it's so
man.
good.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
you get real unsalted pistachios, and then Lily's
Mhm.
is the brand that makes these
Ooh,
sugar-free dark chocolate baking chips, and
let me see.
they're 50 calories for like 20 grams. It's a ton. So you're not hitting too big of a, and there's some
Oh, I
protein in
never
them
seen
too.
it before.
Yeah. Lily's.
Yeah,
That's
I
the,
found this on Google. Gonna save this.
it's so good. I'll send you my recipes.
Mm-hmm.
I got like 9 right now. But that saves me. That helps me get to my protein at the end of the day too, because I'm usually hovering at like 130 and need the boost. Well, a pint of Ben and Jerry's every night is like 1,300 calories, and I know that now. But I could do the same thing. That's why I needed to find a way to substitute that. Well, this has been a good chat. Parenting tips,
Yep.
health talk, mental trading stuff. We got a good long. This is the kind of Friday that I was after. Hey, thanks, Radich. Appreciate you, homie. Have a good weekend. Yeah, Shap, they've been SMTing back and forth. Like
I don't think
NQ.
SMT is important when we inside consolidation.
No.
Just fake signal.
But yeah, they're trading back and forth. I'm sure it's gonna NQ's gonna go higher.
Mm-hmm.
I think I'm getting to that. I'm getting to that 88 today. Pretty sure. That's a cool rule. I like that,
Mm-hmm.
NinjaTrader.
I saw this somewhere. Yeah, nice one.
What would I look at? There's a cat. This freaking guy.
Yeah, guys, definitely we can bounce to Monday high. I'm just not sure if The problem is ES stuck at 76, 10, 76, 12 area. That's really a major resistance level. If price traded to retrace, it will retrace now. And I'm not sure we have enough power to bounce towards Monday high today, but this definitely can happen on Sunday. So I don't mind to see higher, but I'm not sure if it can happen. But everything is possible. If ES will retrace now, probably will not hit Monday high today. Yeah. But on Sunday, yes. Unless Trump will say something like saying war again. We're
If he
gonna drop
does,
1,000 points.
my
Yeah.
stop is in profit this time.
Yep. Funny because this morning I was in my shorts saying, Trump, where are you where I need you? Immediately after this, it took me out of break even, and
Yep.
5 minutes later dropped 250 points.
Yep. Chris, I don't know where I could advise. I'm sorry, your name's not Chris. CC Harris. That tricked me. Looked like Chris. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know where a good entry for this long would be. The good entry is the other side of value. I don't know if I would get into this trade again if I wasn't already in it. There's only, I don't know, 60 points left on the bone for me. Live and uncut.
Yeah, definitely entry for long here, not good one. I mean, I see entry here as I had before this one, but since it's Friday, it's lunchtime. There's big chance it's not going to work.
Yeah, they can't. On NQ at least. This spot, I'll enhance a bit. So we came back. This was the ton of bid that got chewed through. We all watched this on the Dom. Went through it, came back, tested it, and then they've tried to sell back through it right here, and lots of passive bid here. This is a really aggressive long entry, and I don't really take these in the afternoon ever because it's not fast enough to pay out. Not only that, but there's not enough meat on the bone. But you need 9:45 tape for that long to work. You need to snap 20 points quickly. And it just doesn't move that fast in the afternoon typically. Why do you think the price will go up, Logic? Lots of reasons. Let me see. Let me find one. This is the main reason. Let me get. All right. We have NQ. This. Let me take it off. Where's my weekly? Okay. Let me hide this one band. And I will do a little bit of this to get us to the end of the show. We'll let my chart think about its feelings for a second.
I can explain why I'm bullish.
Go ahead. Party on. The more we talk about it, the higher we'll go. So
So overall, looking at daily chart, as you can see, let me switch on the queue. Actually, I don't want to delete my drawings. 1 second. How to delete everything here? Okay. So we're trading all-time highs. Definitely high time frame if I want to zoom out. So bullish. So what we can see expansion, consolidation. So what kind of move we can get after expansion? Is a retracement reversal, or we're going to enter consolidation before another expansion. After consolidation, always what we can expect, another expansion, not reversal, not retracement. Since we got, once again, ignore daily chart, just look at these candlesticks. Expansion, consolidation. So what we can expect after this? Another expansion. Obviously not today, but overall. Well, nice. This means we're sitting inside bullish market. So we're looking for longs on high time frame after pullback. So what happened here? We got nice pullback on NQ after we got new all-time high here. Price swept sell side and created order block. Why it's important to have order block? Because order block confirms change in structure. So if it was bearish, it's gonna switch to bullish. If it was bullish, it's gonna switch to bearish, right? So I call this change in the state of delivery because change in the state of delivery creates order block, a real order block. At this point, once we got closure above sequence of done close candles, we got order block, right? Nice, amazing. Price went higher, failed to take buy side here, actually all-time high. Retrace back down. Where? To this order block. So technically we tested this order block again. And how to understand if this order block is high probability OB, high probability order block, or it's gonna fail, we'll go lower, all the way down and like to 50% of this expansion. So we want to draw 50% of this order block. So since we got pretty much ugly wicks here, I want to use only bodies. I'm gonna measure from here to here. That's my order block. And in order to understand if this order block is high probability order block or not, we need to stay above 50% of this OB if order block is bullish, or if order block is bearish, we need to stay below 50% of order block to consider this order block as high probability one. So as you can see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 times on NQ on daily chart, it failed to close below 50%, which makes this order block as high probability OB. At this point, this means there's a chance to go higher again. So what I want to use for this? So what will tell me we go to all-time high again? So we want to see a reaction from this mean threshold. A reaction needs to be confirmed with order block, another order block. So order block creates change in the state of delivery, confirmation of a reversal. So since we got drop here, price failed to close below mean threshold is 50%. Of order block, we expect to get a reaction, which means if on daily chart, we're gonna get the closure above this done close candle, which will create order block, there is a big chance to go all the way up to all-time high again, to opposite liquidity level, which gonna be all-time high over here. So looking at this picture, I see it's bullish on high time frame again. What else I can see here? We got nice liquidity sweep, right? Liquidity sweep. And this sweep, since it's daily chart, was confirmed by hourly change in the state of delivery. Was confirmed by hourly change in the state of delivery over here. So inside this daily structure, we got hourly order block, which confirms that this sweep probably will work since we got hourly order block, which started building market maker buy model on high time frame. So what we can see now, okay, we got daily sweep, with expecting 50% of daily order block. This daily sweep was confirmed by hourly order block right over here. Once we got the closure above sequence of done close candles, at this point, yes, this validates us as begin of market maker buy model. Yesterday, I went long from here. So because I expected this to see this as second stage, basically last stage of this market maker buy model. So price respected, as you can see, mean threshold of hourly order block and went higher. So I entered long yesterday somewhere here, don't remember, and closed here at the top. So today price retraced down, but still respecting order block on 1-hour chart, which validates this as second stage of market maker buy model, and this order block is high probability OB. So in order to finish market maker buy model, we need to reach buy side liquidity level, which is here, our Monday high. That's why we are bullish. Also, since price retraced down to hourly OB again, we got the closure above this down close candle. We got order block, or change in the state of delivery, which confirms this continuation higher. So we are bullish today, and Monday high is our draw on liquidity. So that's main reason why we are bullish.
All right.
Yeah, I finished talking. Sorry, guys. I know it was long.
Mine's just based on these math things that I look at. I just use standard deviations of VWAP to help me view the market on a higher time frame in conjunction with a rolling 6-day volume profile. And we're enough days into the month to use the monthly bands themselves. It's as simple as once we get back inside the -1, the next logical place is VWAP itself, and then the next logical place is the +1 standard deviation. The longer we spend above VWAP in the upper half, the more likely we are to get to the +1. It happens to be 30,096.25. And then, I mean, this is a really high time frame. I don't really trade off of these levels. I just keep them in the back of my mind. And then I also have my range extension here at 30,088.75. So those are close. So that's my target for this. It's at the top of the balance. It's at, you can consider that a value area, whatever. I use those bands to identify trend or balance. And when they're both flat like this, the bottom one's curling up a bit, but the top one, almost a completely flat line. So I'll use that as a target. And if we decide to spend time inside of it, above it, then that line will begin to creep up. And then I will use that as a spot for continuation longs as well. So I use it to identify balance versus trending market environments. I use it on all time frames, monthly, weekly, and then intraday as well. I'm also bullish because it's Friday.
Yeah, guys, it's interesting, but at the same time, guys, we have same chart. We just have different approaches. Every single strategy works. Who hits on ICT, I can say exactly the same for supply and demand traders. So I was trying to trade supply and demand strategy. It didn't work for me. Scam. It doesn't work like that with real market. I was trying to trade footprint chart. It didn't work for me. It's scam. It didn't work for me. It doesn't work like that with real market. We all hindsight traders. Damn, come on, guys. You're adult. Everything works. It's all about your approach and how you trade, and how you manage your risk.
Yep.
Saying this doesn't work, come on, you're not 5 years old anymore.
Think about it like Lumi wears different kinds of glasses than I do. That's it. That's the only difference. We often, almost every Friday, we're looking at the same exact level somehow. I don't look at any ICT stuff. She looks at zero order flow things, Delta, all the crap that I talk about. Zip. We are complete opposite sides, often with exactly the same levels and targets. So you just need to find something that works, that makes sense to your brain, that you can repeat and build a process around. It's really, that's the story.
Because I don't oh yeah, okay. 1 second, I'm gonna finish. Because in my brain, I'm
production's gonna get the shoes and belt.
I'm pretty much old enough, and I didn't have a single second in my life to say, damn, he trades order flow, I'm gonna hate him for this. I cannot even imagine to do this. Damn, come on. Are you crazy?
Well, it's been great trading with you as always, Dasha. I love Friday.
I love this as well.
All right, thanks, chat.
Guys, wish you perfect weekend.
Yes, have a
Enjoy
very
your-
perfect weekend.
Enjoy your life. Enjoy your time without computer, because once again you have 5 days to trade every single day. So 2 days of break actually will help you. So try to stay away from backtesting, forward testing, to do anything, journaling, whatever, trying to look for new strategies. Just enjoy your day, touch some grass, water, snow, sand, something. Just, yeah. Wish you guys perfect weekend. And I hope you're going to enjoy this. We will see you next week.
Sounds good. And remember the most important message straight from
Most
Jim.
important message of the day.
There he
Please
is.
be safe out there. Be good to each other. We'll see you soon.
Thanks, guys. Bye, Dasha.
Bye.